I like it. Okay, hello, everybody. Good evening. Uh, Today is July 11th, 2023. It's a meeting of the Charter, Section 7, Section 8 Subcommittee of the City Council, the Appointments and Ordinances Committee. I'll do a roll call. Myself, present. Councillor Golub,
Present.
Councillor Healy,
Here.
Isaac.
Present, but my video is not working.
Okay.
I can
and
see you,
Al.
but you won't be able to see me.
Al present and David's present. Great. Okay. All right. Chair's statement. This meeting is being recorded by the Charter Chapter 7.7 and 7.8 Review Ad Hoc Committee. If any other person present are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson at this time. Anyone else recording besides me? Thank you. In accordance with Mass General Laws 30A, Section 20G, no person shall address a meeting of the public body without permission of the chair, and all persons shall, at the request of the chair, be silent. No person shall disrupt the proceedings of the meeting of a public body. So I'm hoping that people who are listening, this is not a public hearing. I'm glad to have you all listening, but it's only going to be a conversation among the committee members. So I respect and thank you up front for honoring that request. Okay, can I have a motion to, everyone got the minutes? I think they were sent out a couple of weeks ago. I have to admit that I accidentally recorded the meeting on my home computer. And so instead of Tammy doing the minutes, I did the minutes. And I listened to 2.5 hours of the meeting, and it was very educational, especially about myself. And so I'd like to know if anyone would make a motion and second it to approve the minutes. And then if anybody wants to have a discussion, we may do so.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Catherine. Any questions about the minutes? Hearing none. All those in favor, let's do a roll call. David Singer, yes. Catherine?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Al?
Yes.
Okay, minutes have been approved. There are no public hearings today. Okay, so I think we all would like to see this be our last meeting, and I think we've all committed to staying here to get it done. But there's been a lot of movement over the last month since our last meeting, and I want to just give a little introduction of why the agenda is set up this way. Isaac, I know you sent in a whole bunch of requests, and they're excellent. And I thought maybe, but Al sent in a whole document. So I thought maybe the way to go about this, and if there's no procedural objections, since we're a small group, we'll start off with Al's proposed changes to 7.7 and 7.8, and then we'll go through them as a group to discuss whether anybody would like to make amendments to any part of what he has written and see how that plays out. And the amendments can come from the other 8 suggestions. Maybe people not having, Isaac maybe not having seen Al's document when you presented those, maybe there are things in there that you find okay or others don't. So I think I'd like to do it that way. Let Al introduce his document, and if somebody felt comfortable making a motion seconding it, we could have that document be in play to discuss and see how far we go. Does anybody have any objections to that being the procedure? Anybody in the committee have any objections to that being the procedure? Okay.
Dave, the only issue I have is that I got drafts late today with changes on them to this. It's hard to really look at something and digest it in that short of a period of time.
I understand. Everybody's doing the best they can. If you feel that that's prejudicing your thinking, your ability to make a decision, then please raise it at any moment that's the case. I think the paragraphs kind of speak for themselves, and especially when you get an explanation of what each of those changes mean. You know, I'm hoping that at minimum we can conceptualize something to send along to the A&O. And one final thing I'll say. I mean, we talked about consensus, but we never really talked about it in terms of a formal procedure. I'd like to do is have us vote as normally happens in these types of meetings. But if someone feels comfortable conceptually with what's happening, but might not like the particular number, for example, or might think there's something that could be a little bit different in a part of this, of what we're going to be talking about, maybe we could have a vote reflect those comments, and when we give the report, we can show that, for example, maybe David said yes, but, and then the but would be highlighted in a footnote about, you know, what things he would think are okay. Or Al might say yes, or I'm picking on us because I know we can handle it, and the others the same thing. So, all right, without further ado, Al, please make a presentation.
Thank you, David. And I apologize for the various changes. There were a number of issues that came up that I was trying to incorporate into this version, the so-called corrected version that that was sent out by Tammy, had some blue language in it. And that blue language in it was put there to try to deal with what I consider to be a fairly unusual possibility, but nevertheless, anything's possible, I suppose, specifically dealing with what happens if a petition is filed, let's say initiative petition is filed, and the city council makes an amendment that the petitioners like, and they agree to that, and the city council then adopts that, but then along comes another group saying that they want to do a referendum on the revised version. What do we do? I didn't think it was particularly a problem, but I spelled out some specific language that would clarify that. So I can talk about that when we get to that section or not, depending on whether you've had a chance to read it. But let me just, I don't want to go on too long, but just as a preliminary statement, this version represents some of the thoughts that people had said at the last version to me that also were echoing some of the thoughts I had in one of the earlier meetings that we had about the role of the important role of the petitioners committee and the important role of negotiation in situations where citizens are wanting to say to the council, we don't like what you did, the way you did it. Would you consider amending or some other alternative? So the important thing to me is as I started to think about another draft was that this would represent the first time in 23 years that the Greenfield Charter actually has a process for bringing petitioners together with a council subcommittee to actually negotiate and to mediate and discuss. Okay, I'm not comfortable with what you said, but can we do something else? So that this has never been there before. It's been particularly in both 7.7 and 7.8. There was no. What's been added here is a public hearing process for the first time, so that if someone files a request for either a 7.7 or a 7.8, if you go to the section that's I think it's section E of both, there's something called action on petitions and public hearing. And for the first time, there would be an opportunity for counselors to sit and listen to people who come in with comments about what has been presented by the petitioners committee. They would be comments pro and against, but it would be a first time public hearing process. And then after that public hearing process, there's another innovation, which is the actual discussion between the petitioners committee and a subcommittee of the council that would actually negotiate. Can we make an amendment? Can we accept, or shall we reject? And I want to make it clear that if as a result of that negotiation, the city council rejects the idea of making any changes to what they've already voted on before in a referendum, then it goes to the ballot. But there's some discussion you'll see in some of the tonight's suggestions between David and myself. There's some discussion about whether that referendum process should have a supplemental petition or not. I started off saying absolutely not. I felt like I didn't like supplemental petitions at all. You'll see that this version now has supplementals in both 7.7 and 7.8. And again, the reason for doing that, the reason I changed the narrative on that was because I listened to what people said about the importance of getting people to talk to each other, to try to negotiate, and if at all possible, if at all humanly possible, to avoid having to go to the time and trouble of having a ballot that everybody has to get out of their homes to vote on. And so was there a way to have, in fact, the first step lead to a negotiation that comes up with a resolution as opposed to a ballot question? But it also is clear that the city council retains the ability to say, no, we're not, absolutely not going to change our vote, no change at all, and then it goes to the ballot. But it would be, I would hope it would be after having taken into consideration negotiations. So basically 7.7 and 7.8 now mirror each other much closer than they ever have. They're not identical, but the draft that you're looking at has an introduction. It has a section A that deals with commencing the petition, in which it has a section in there that we added that says that the petitioners committee has a new role, and that new role is contained in the second paragraph of Part A. If you want to go through this with me, that says that the petitioners committee can be negotiating with the city council or the school committee regarding an amended measure pursuant to the provisions of section E, which we'll get to in a second. So the first setup section about commencement is where you hear a statement for the first time that this petitioners committee has a different role now, including negotiating for an amended agreement if it's at all possible, which comes up later. Then so that's one of the major changes. The
Can we
second,
talk about that change?
I'm sorry.
Can we talk about that change before we
Sure.
go anywhere else?
Sure.
So Al, I have some real deep-seated concerns about what you're proposing here. One is that I don't believe there's another charter in the Commonwealth that does anything like this. I think it's also fundamentally undemocratic that you give one group of people a special standing to participate in the legislative process without giving equal access to the people who might be opposed to that petition. And you got to think about this as a petition might come forward that you're adamantly opposed to, that you think might be a terrible idea too. Now suddenly there's a group of people who can negotiate with the council. They have special standing to have deliberations outside of the rest of the public, right? And I think I have no problem with the public hearing process. I think that makes a lot of sense. But typically, legislative bodies debate amongst themselves. They don't negotiate with citizen groups. And I just am, sometimes they have representatives who carry their water for them on the legislative body. But the group itself somehow engaging in the deliberations and negotiation is not something that is done, in my knowledge, in any municipality in the Commonwealth, in the state legislature, or in the federal government. I'm interested to hear if you know of any examples where that's not, where things are actually working differently in the way you propose.
I didn't do any research to look at other cities and towns on this, and my response would be to that is that to the degree that the process now, which I think is quite sterile in terms of discussion between groups, to the degree that that exists in other cities and towns, I would call that a deficit. And maybe the other cities and towns would learn from our charter procedure that there's a different way of doing this, because one of the things I've criticized is that citizens and who bring forward a petition, they don't really interact with the council, and the council doesn't interact with them at all. So there's actually very little discussion that goes on. It's all on paper. Even if you have a public hearing, it's usually your 3-minute speech. So I would say that if you really want to reach some sort of a decision point where petitioners and the council have had a chance to actually chew around an issue, this is how you do it. If you don't want to have that communication, I don't think there's anything statutorily that prevents this kind of dialogue. In fact, for gosh sakes, it ought to encourage it. But I think that I'm not bothered by the fact that anyone else in the world does this or not. I was thinking more about our last meeting, and I think, Isaac, you were one of the people who were saying that what about the petitioners committee? Why don't you use the petitioners committee? Why don't you give them more strength? I think that's in the minutes that David put together, but I took that to heart because I had started off there, and then I said, no, it's probably not a good idea to have a committee of 13 people, then meeting with a committee of 10 people, because they're still small minorities. But if you say in advance that these two groups have different functions in the ordinance, and the ordinance has been adopted, people get to understand, well, this is what a petitioners committee does. They can sit down and negotiate. They don't have the power to change the council. They're not negotiating the outcome. They're negotiating the language that would lead to an outcome. And it's very clear that there is no legislative authority vested in this committee. The legislative capacity is within the council. The council can reject, amend, or accept. So that basic relationship has not changed. What's changed is that they're having a discussion. So yeah, if we want to shy away from a discussion, which I would like to encourage us to do, then you don't want to support something like this. But if you think that there is an important discussion, remember, it is not, the commission, the group of 10 would say what they want. And then the city council says what it wants. What the commission, the commission's only, the petitioner's only role is to say, okay, we agree, that's fine. But they don't tell the decision about what they're going to do is entirely up to the council, 100% up to the council.
I see Kathy's hand up, Catherine's hand up, but I just
Yeah.
want to follow up briefly.
Um,
Al, what about who speaks for the people who are completely opposed to the petition? Who you haven't taken the legislative capacity, the decision making from the council, but you've taken the deliberation and heavily handed it into one side. The council might not have a view one way or the other, or they might lean one way or they might lean the other, but you are cutting out the deliberation. You're putting non-elected people in the deliberation process without opening it up to all people. And it seems fundamentally inequitable to do it that way, where they have some special standing just because they collected some signatures. Maybe people disagree with me, but that's very troubling to me.
Okay,
I have
thank
a
you, Isaac.
process.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, I have a process question. So I could see I want to bring us back to what I believe you were proposing at the beginning, David, which is that the proposal that the motion be made, it be seconded, and then we discuss if there are amendments that we wish to make on the motion. And I don't know, because otherwise we risk going into long conversation without a decision-making container and not finishing this. And so I'm wondering if it is possible, before we go further with this discussion, for the motion to be made and seconded and then discussed.
Yes, I at some point I was going to ask for that motion. This is what I would suggest, that we divide, because the 7-8 is a little more of new material that we really haven't had a chance to discuss yet as a group. I'd like to hear a motion just on accepting Al's 7-7 language and start with that and see how we go in terms of that charter section, and then that might influence how we move in 7-8. But I would entertain a motion to approve Al's proposed 7-7 as corrected.
I would make that motion. I also think it's important. I also I hear you, Isaac, on not reading this right beforehand, not having time to do that, and the challenge of that. I do think it's important that what is in the blue language be named. Do we want to do that before we make the motion?
So the reason for that language. Well, okay, chicken and egg.
Okay.
We have to think globally about what's available to citizens once the council makes a decision. So if the initiative comes in and the council makes a decision, the initiative group has a choice. They can go out and get other signatures and they could put their request on the ballot. At the same time, if the council amends it and people in the community, other people in the community don't like it, I believe they could file a referendum petition and put it on the ballot as a protest to what has been. So if the group, so following Al's logic, if the group for the initiative went in and negotiated with the council, going past Isaac's concerns, and they succeeded in convincing the council to amend it in a way that they were happy with, at the next meeting, the council would do such a thing and they'd say, we worked that out with the initiative committee. But somewhere else in the world, there's a group of people who are not happy about what's going on. And so what if they file a referendum petition after the initiative group feels relieved that they succeeded in what they were doing? So I said to Al, we have to take into consideration, and again, we're going way further than Isaac's comment about this is all uncharted and maybe it's not even going to be approved. But assuming we're in this fantasy world of thinking out of the box, the goal of the blue language was to say, at that time, then maybe we could bring the referendum people together with the initiative people and the council and all sit down and work it out. So it never ends up, neither of those things ever go to the ballot. Is that fair to say, Al, is what we were trying to do with the blue language?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so let's leave it simple. So that was the reason for the blue language. I brought up, you keep focusing on each of these groups being independent, but when these decisions are made, there are other groups out there of 10 people who feel stimulated to do, and they have the right to do it. There could be 5 referendum, the referendum petition is per se a rejection, so you don't need more than one. But the initiative, if this group fails to do what people want, another initiative group can be formed and move along and with, so you've got all these balls in the air. And so if you're going to allow people to meet, which I think should be, I'm looking for the motion to be seconded so that we could really discuss this all out and see if we want to do it. But that was the reason for it. Does that make sense? Isaac, do you understand? Derek, do you understand? That was the blue language, that now we're going to bring the whole shebang together. And my language in my thing that I sent was trying to do the same thing, but let's put that aside and just talk about Al's. So that was the point, was to bring everybody in the room and avoid a mess. Not a mess, but avoid the special election or avoid the ballot question if we could do it. Okay, so with that in mind, Catherine, are you willing to go ahead and make the motion to approve Al's?
Sure.
Well,
Yeah,
David, why
second.
don't I make the motion and Catherine second it, because this is a motion on
That's
language. that I'm
fine,
presenting.
if you wish to do it, but just do 7-7, please. Let's do the one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Catherine, are you okay with that?
I'll
You
second.
can make the motion and I'll second it. I don't care.
Don't
Just-
care either.
Let's just do it.
Seconded.
All right, Al made the motion. Catherine seconded to approve Al's proposed 7-7 in the corrected version as presented. Okay, now we can start having discussion. So Isaac has a concern. I think his concern, Isaac, I know you have your hand up. Catherine, was your only thing to talk about making the motion, or do you have a substantive thing to talk about as well? All right, I'm gonna give you a chance and I'll come back to you, Isaac, when she's done.
Sure. A few things that I want to say. I just want to start by appreciating the movement in our, like everyone else's direction, Al, that we felt very strongly. I think there was consensus amongst everyone except you were in that group, that there needed to be a process that really the council was really engaged in, some type of supplemental process, and also a movement and the numbers of both 7-7 and 7-8. And I really see you having grappled with that and and moved significantly in those areas, and really grateful for that. I want to say I hear Isaac's concern, and I also want to say I hear Isaac's concern that there may not be precedent for this. I would be in favor of setting precedent in support of discussion between the community and council. And I really like this from what I know. And also I know, David, I really am grateful to you for sharing your thoughts and trying to move this in a direction that was really democratic, and it does make it quite complicated, but I am in favor of a more complicated process that favors discussion, even if it is precedent setting. And what I've heard so far, I would support putting forward a proposal that we would say, of course, it needs to go to council, and we don't know what they would say. But my advocating on behalf of the supplemental process was with the intention of having a process in which the community and council were both had their voices heard. And I think this does that. And I'm grateful for that.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Go ahead, Isaac.
One of the comments that was in one of the emails that came with one of Al's proposals was that whatever was drafted, he would hope that it would have review by council, right, before we adopt anything that's ultimately adopted by the council. And I think that is very, very necessary in this section. I know we have a couple of lawyers on this committee. That said, we haven't had an enormous amount of time, especially I have not had an enormous amount of time with this language. I also don't know that we were charged with drafting the ordinance. We were charged with providing recommendations to the council. Now, there's nothing saying that that recommendation can't be adopt this specific draft, but having served on the council myself, I find that everyone who's my experience is that this is gonna go before a committee that is gonna start from scratch. And when they take a draft that comes in, they're not necessarily going to understand the reasons and the varied reasons that people might have for any specific language that's in there. They're not going to listen to all of the deliberations that we've had. They may look at the minutes, if that. Certainly members of this committee might go before that committee and attempt to explain their thought process. But I would feel, when I was on the council, I would have felt much more empowered to have principles sent out to me. What recommendations are made for improving the process without necessarily giving me the language, because the council is going to re-wordsmith whatever we send to them. I think it's more important than redrafting the entire ordinance, especially something that is new, right? That we give them fundamental principles that we're looking for. I am also not, I think the public hearing, first of all, the rules of procedure of the city council prohibit, outside of whatever may be in the charter, the rules of the city council prohibit the council from, in public hearings, engaging the people who come before it. It's a listening process. It's not a negotiation process. And negotiations can't take place. Government is not mediation, and government is not negotiation. Government is, democratic government is elected representatives listening to the public, listening to experts that they deem are appropriate, listening to stakeholders, and then separately deliberating amongst themselves with their other elected representatives to come to the best solution. And then my view is that citizens can exercise their rights after the decision of the council is made, for good or for bad. But inserting a selected citizen group that is not elected into the deliberation process on an unequal footing outside of the request of counselors looking for information, I think is problematic and is going to create a substantial amount of change in the way and the efficiency that the council acts. Individual counselors meet with constituent groups all the time. They listen to people, they talk to them, they can have conversations. There's also in subcommittee often a looser kind of adherence to the rules, and there's a little more back and forth. But ingraining this into a specific charter provision, I think is going to create problems, and I don't think it's necessary to do that to meet the objectives that I think Al seeks, or most of the things that Al seeks. And so I'm going to be hard pressed, no matter to adopt any kind of full language that's proposed. I'm open to hearing what people have to say, but this is a big change in my view from what was discussed previously.
Thank you, Isaac. Derek?
Yeah, so I could agree with a lot Isaac has said. I have some concerns here. One of them is, putting together a small subcommittee of council members and meeting with the public and having these open discussions. I think if somebody has an initiative they want to bring forward, they could easily speak with somebody on the community relations committee, and they could add it to their agenda to discuss that item at that meeting. And then once they have their 150 signatures, they could present their case at the next city council meeting in a public hearing, people in favor, people that aren't in favor. I just think we're adding a step here that really isn't required, and that's going to get a little hard to maintain and keep up with, and makes the area a little cloudy. It's a lot of extra language to add. So I can't really support that section, putting a council group together. I think 150 registered voters to get it before the council is a fair shake. I think we all agreed it should be easier to get an issue in front of the council. I think once that point has hit at the next meeting, we open the doors, people can say their yays and nays and what they feel about that particular citizen initiative. And then from there, the council can deliberate. So I can't support this full change. It's just not going to work for me.
Okay, thanks. I know, Al, you have your hand up, but I'd like to just say something as well. There's a part of me that thinks this is a very creative and futuristic way of doing business in a community our size. I'm defending it. I'm going to also tell you why I'm going to reject it. Why I will reject it, being a good lawyer. But defending it, I'm going to say I think it's very creative. I think on some levels, what you have in fact on the ground is that the 10 people bring the initial petition, and then they get to decide whether there's going to be a supplemental petition. So if they get to decide whether there's a supplemental petition, and really the reason that they would decide to do a supplemental is because based on the way the law is written, the ordinance, the charter is written today, they really have no choice if the council changes anything. So again, I bring up my noise ordinance. You have a broad noise ordinance, but many people really want a noise ordinance. So the group came in and gave a noise ordinance that was overbroad. The council wisely reduced it. They convinced the petitioner group that's okay, and the petitioner group said we're not going to go forward. Whereas in today's charter, and again, maybe Isaac, you could formulate a different way of going about business. But in today's charter, the fact that the council amended it makes it go to the ballot. There's no way for the petitioners committee, and I know you had an idea, and maybe your idea should also be discussed in terms of dealing with that problem. But I think what we're trying to do here is to see if there's space for something that would end the process to everybody's benefit. And I like the fact that we're trying to do that. Here's to me the biggest problem, which is a legal problem. When you go out getting signatures as a petitioners committee, you're saying to people, the promise made, the agreement you make with the petitioner is, I have this petition for a noise ordinance. If you sign it, I'm going to bring it in front of the city council. And you do. Now, if the council rejects it, you get to decide whether you want to go to supplemental or not. But that's really your power. Either you take it to them and you either go for supplemental or not on what you promised the petition would look like. If you go in and negotiate now, if 10 people negotiate for me as a petition signer, and you agree to something different that I didn't sign on to, I've created an agency with you that is not created by this charter. So the petitioners committee is being given an agency in a way that's really not, as Isaac frames it, it's not democratic. I would just say, does it violate due process? Al and I talked about it. You'll see in there, he had things about disclaimers and notices and things of that nature. But in essence, the petitioners committee now has power. And that power is not in there's no other charter that gives that committee any other power except to move ahead with what they started with. And so that's, to me, is the fundamental problem with it. But I like the idea of a way in which, and I wouldn't be adverse to making a recommendation to the city council that we find a way to give people a chance to talk before things actually end up going to the ballot. At least one opportunity. Okay, that's all I have to say. Al, go ahead.
Well, a number of things. Right now, we have language in the ordinance that says if the city council amends a motion, it's rejecting it. Now that's bizarre to me. I mean, if we, I listened hard to people talking about, David, you talked a lot about negotiation and balance of power and wanting people to be able to talk to each other. And so I swung away from my earlier positions that there should be no supplemental, that the number should be whatever. And now, ironically, I'm trying to defend something that I was opposed to last meeting, which is a harder process for citizens to get involved and a harder process for them to get through. I saw and I continue to see no reason for a supplemental gathering if nothing's happening in between. If there's no further interaction between, if you have a citizens initiative where you've basically sanitized the citizens out of it, all they do is present you with a petition, and there's no interaction. That what we have now is there's no interaction. You feed it into the council. The council, in its imperious decision-making, says, we're going to amend it, which means kill it. We're going to deny it, which means kill it, or we're going to accept it. So there's those three paths they can take. And the citizens say nothing. All they do is they go back out with their petitions and gather another large amount of names. So I just find that to be it's not really a citizens initiative. It's just a process. So let me just say that the petitioners already have a special standing in this ordinance. They have a special standing that other citizens don't have. They have the standing to bring a question before the council, and they have the standing to stop it or to continue it. This is more power than I might have if I was just sitting at home reading my newspaper or watching television. The petitioners committee is already imbued with more power. The only thing we're adding here is that they have the power to actually to speak to their counselors, which I think is a critical thing that I see missing in our government today, that I hear constantly from people, is that nobody's listening to us. All we get is 3 minutes to talk. So I see this as being a much more enlightened way of proceeding with our local government. And I see a petitioners committee already having significant power that is not, to me, is not unusual or strange. It's probably found in every petitioner's process and other ordinances, is that if I'm the petitioners committee, I can stop the thing dead in its tracks and say, oh, heck, I don't want to go out and get another 400 signatures. It's over. And if the committee agrees with me, it's over. It's not anybody else in the community that can do that. And then, as I say, why are we really having a secondary signature gathering if nothing happens? The council does nothing after that. Why is that? It's just to make it harder for people, to show that they have the mojo to go out and get more signatures? I don't really see the enlightenment in that. And then adding a step. I think Derek mentioned adding a step to the process. That added step is the people talking. So that's a step that I think we should be willing to add. I mean, that's really the whole crux of this matter, is that it's not just a piece of paper that had some words on it. Petitioners should get to decide if there's going to be a supplemental petition or not. They have that power now. So I think that really it was a lot of effort to put together what the document that you're looking at. A lot of discussion to look at for this document. And I do think that it does some very important things that we should have been doing years ago, and that are not a jeopardy to democracy. They're actually fostering democracy. It's actually a referendum of citizens, a referendum initiative of citizens, rather than just a paper filing. So I'm encouraging you to consider what you're really trying to do here, with this process, and all the creases and wrinkles that you might think are there. I think this kind of dialogue is so important to Greenfield, and so important to trust in government, and people feeling engaged in government. All the things that I've been hearing from people for years now about being sidelined. I finally said to myself, well, this is a way to do it. It hadn't been proposed before, but this was a way to do it. And I was listening to people like Isaac saying, well, Al, why don't you give the petitioners committee that power? Why don't you do that? And that's from the last meeting. And now I'm dealing with a complete change of opinion on that. So this back and forth is a little bit difficult. I felt like that this was something that people would probably find to be challenging and interesting to make these kind of innovative changes in the process. And I want to remind people that the ultimate legislative authority and decision making stays only one place, with the council, and the petitioners have the right to talk to the council. That's what we're doing here, and nothing more. They do not redirect the motion. They have the power to stop it, which petitioners signatories might be unhappy that they stopped it, but that we've already been doing, and that we've allowed that for forever. And something actually comes out of the supplemental process. Some real discussion. So I'll just leave it there. I don't know how else to tell you that to me, this is the crux of everything. And if we don't have this, I don't know what else I can support, because I don't want to go with the current system that we have, where citizens play a very minor role in the whole process, except getting names on a piece of paper. The dialogue is the key here.
Derek?
Yeah, so I'm going to try to explain this the best I can. And now, by no discredit, I think you did an amazing job. So don't take this personal. So where I'm going is, I think they go out, they get their 150 signatures. The issue gets presented to the council. The council either yays, makes suggestions, amends it, or tells the petitioners what they feel would be supported. Right at that point, I think that gives the petitioners, you should give them 45 days to either revise their petition and resubmit it at the next council meeting for reconsideration. And at that point, if the council agrees with the way it's been rewritten, it gets voted, it gets passed. If not, then the petitioners go out and they collect X amount of signatures to put it on the ballot. And that's the way I think it should be. I think giving 10 people the power to go and have these meetings with a subcommittee of the council, it's just not, I can't support that. I think it needs to be a more diplomatic process with the whole council rather than a selective few group of people from the council that are having these negotiations. And that's my opinion.
Derek, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
So I like the idea. If the council amends it and I'm getting 45 days, I'm getting 45 days to do what?
To
Another
rewrite
100?
your, no, you don't even have to gather signatures you already have your 150 signatures to get it before the council. So you file your petition, your initiative, it gets approved by the city lawyer, at which point now you have to go get your 150 signatures to get it in front of the council. You get your 150 signatures saying, yeah, we have enough people to support this initiative. Now it's in front of the council at the next meeting. At that meeting, the petitioners get to speak about their petition and their initiative and how they think they want to present it. The council talks about it at the meeting. They have open discussion. They either yay or nay it, and they say, okay, maybe we support it, but we have to do these changes. At that point, they don't have to get any more signatures. They have 45 days to either tell the council, we're not accepting any changes. This is it, cut and dry, no changes. We're going out for X amount of signatures, or no, here's our revised language, and then the council can vote to approve it at the next meeting. If we deny it at the next meeting, at which point they go out and get, I think Al has 450 signatures in there, which I think is a little low, but they go out and get their additional signatures, and then it goes to the ballot.
Okay, so if I understand it, again, there is some agency here with the 10 petitioners, because the 10 petitioners, so let's say there's a noise ordinance, there's one section that's really terrible. The city council says, take that out and we're cool. The 10 people within 45 days file that amended measure initiative, and the council says, great, you heard us, and they pass it. Now, what about the other 140 people who signed the original petition and wanted that language in that was cut out by the 10 people? I mean, where are their rights?
Yep, they could file a referendum.
Right. Okay. So that's true. And you don't necessarily need to answer this. It's kind of a rhetorical question,
Sure.
But I'd be pretty pissed if I was one of the 140 people that signed the petition and then found out that those 10 people had the right to do something that I didn't really sign up for. So now I have to organize a referendum petition, which is a much shorter period of time to get my act together. And that puts me at a real disadvantage. I think your idea is a good one. I'm playing the devil's advocate. I'm not, don't misunderstand me, that I'm not saying I like it or not, but what I like about it is instead of negotiating, the committee has a chance, which is kind of what Isaac said. So I'd like to hear what Isaac has to say about your idea, because he kind of said the same thing, unless I misunderstood it. So maybe we're getting closer to something, but I like what you had to say. I just wanted to make sure I clarified it. Isaac?
Yeah, I'm not sure about Derek's process. I share some of the same sort of fundamental concerns that you do, David, on that, but I'm not sure that's necessarily resolves Al's issues either. I think what I'm hearing from Al is he believes that the public doesn't feel that the legislative process, that counselors listen to them and hear what they're saying because they only have 3 minutes to speak. My experience as a city councilor was, first of all, a lot of the people said the exact same thing over and over again. And also a lot of people went over their time and the council was very generous and sort of letting them go over their time. But also that people sent hundreds of emails and letters and phone calls and stopped me in the grocery store. And they had lots of opportunities for to reach me as a counselor that I listen to them. And I do believe counselors read all of that material. There may be one or two counselors along the in my time who chose to ignore it and not even bother with it, but the vast majority of counselors go through that and treat it with respect. But I'm wondering if Al would be more. My problem isn't that the council should have to listen to these the citizens initiative, the people who are presenting. My problem is that they're involved in a negotiation or deliberation. And I'm wondering if Al would be satisfied if the initiative petitioners committee were given 30 minutes to make a presentation at the beginning of, and that might be too much, it might be too little, but in more than 3 minutes to make a presentation on their proposal at the beginning of a public hearing. Would that give him sort of is it a matter of time, or do they want to go, or does he want to go back and forth? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You want me to respond, David?
Briefly, please.
My brief response, Isaac, is that I'd like to see the petitioners committee. If the word negotiate is too strong, I would like to suggest that the petitioners committee, which is a special group of people, there's no question about it, by going through the process of signing the affidavit and saying that you're going to do X, Y, or Z, you have some sort of special standing in the statute because you're doing something that, you know, anybody can't just walk in and do. It's the petitioners committee, and they've come up with some wording, they've come up with the effort of a petition and what they want. If you want to change that to discussion, I mean, if you're bothered by the word negotiation, I don't think that's really, I mean, I'm trying to emphasize that we're not creating a legislative a power in the hands of the petitioners committee. We really are not. They have the ability to present. They have the power. Probably the strongest power that they have is to stop it at midway or to go to the ballot. You know that, and if you want to call that a legislative right, well, they're doing that. They're saying we want to make our own legislation by going to the ballot. So the idea of a negotiation, well, maybe, I mean, it's really, honestly, it's really a discussion. And I think that, no, I'm not particularly drawn to the idea of a 30-minute discussion at the beginning or 15-minute, whatever. That's not the point. I think what I'm talking about is I'd like the petitioners committee to have the authority, the right to request a discussion. And remember, it's only triggered if the council makes an amending motion. If the council just takes after the open hearing says, nah, we don't want to make any changes in what we voted, the petitioners can't do this discussing, negotiating, whatever you want to call it. They have to go out and collect signatures and go to the ballot. Because if you look at the language carefully, there's only three things the council can do. They can reject, they can add an amendment, or they can accept completely. If they add an amendment, that's the opportunity. If they accept it or add an amendment, then the petitioners can say, great, we're done. Or you know, if they accept it, we're done. If they add an amendment, then something has to happen. Right now, what it says in the, you know, in the language now in 7.7, it says if you amend something, it's tantamount to rejecting it, which to me is like, what? Is the glass half empty or half full? Why would my amendment mean I automatically am rejecting what you, the petitioners, want? Let the petitioners come in and have a discussion. One way to deal with, maybe Isaac, with your concern about the legislative boundaries here, is to make it clear that they would have a discussion. They would enter into a discussion, and that the council would gladly do that for the purposes of increasing the communication between citizen and legislator.
Can I ask some questions? I'm sorry, David. I just want to, I'm not sure sure there's a fundamental understanding of how the legislative process works, that counselors can make repeated amendments and amendments to amendments, and that deliberation takes place on the full council floor after subcommittee. I'm trying to figure out how this in practical sense works when you have 13 different counselors who might be proposing 13 different amendments.
Isaac, for purposes of this discussion, are you willing to think of this situation that has the highest level of good faith and interaction? In other words, the council is totally wanting to do the right thing. The citizens are totally wanting to do the right thing. Are there effective avenues of communication between the council and citizens proposing an initiative that would allow two groups that are trying to do the right thing to get to the right place? And so I'm going to ask you,
Dave,
because
I wouldn't entertain that. I have to think of the worst case scenario where people have motives that are either
well,
hidden.
that's fine.
or-
That's fine. I understand that. And if that were that would go to not giving anybody too much room. But here, what we're trying to do is prevent the situation where automatically something has to go to the ballot just because the legislature says we can't agree with it. It right now, it automatically, well, okay, so the initiative committee, I guess, has two choices. One is they could go supplemental, and the other is they could
Do nothing.
Another amendment, they could bring another amendment with another 150 signatures to the city council, try again, bring another amendment with 150 signatures and try again.
Or they could do nothing.
Oh, they could do nothing, but just hang on a second. Let me give Catherine a chance and Derek a chance to follow up. But I want you to think worst case scenario too, please. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't, but I'm not looking at this cynically, which is kind of the way I started this whole process. I'm really looking at it, trying to get our best result with care to make sure that we've fenced in this arena of what we're doing, but we're giving people a chance to come to a good conclusion rather than go to the ballot, which I think is acrimonious. I think that's not a great way to do business.
I guess, Dave, and maybe someone can answer this for me, and I'm sorry, I know there are other people who want to talk. The real question, the real problem I have with this is, what about the people on the other side who have the completely opposite point of view who are not involved in this discussion?
That's right. Okay, so put that on hold for a second. So that's a good issue. So just put it on hold for a second. Don't complicate. Let's get to the how people can move through the system on their end of it, the initiative people, and then we could look at people that are disenfranchised by whatever we're doing. Okay, instead of putting the brakes on the discussion by saying, oh, look what people are being disenfranchised. Let's go with the conversation as far as we could take it. Let's see if we could find a fair pathway that seems to work, and then let's analyze it with the kinds of things that you're talking about. Go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, so I'm looking at the actual language, and this is not a completely formed thought, but so I think that we need to actually look at the language that is here. And before I do that, I want to say, Isaac, I'm imagining being on A&O, being on the council. I'm likely, like, I don't want to start with scratch language. I will offer to be one who, and Derek, I'm not sure if you want to do this with me or not. I am happy to partner with you in this, but one of us is going to be stewarding our proposals through. And if I am doing that, then I will be referring to actual language and not expecting my colleagues to create something from scratch. So given that assumption, that we're starting with a draft, we're not, I want us to look at this draft and what that language actually says. And so this is why I'm thinking out loud, because I'm like, let's pause and look at what this says. So if 7.7F, strike negotiations, put discussion, as Al has offered. So discussion after public hearing, not later than 30 days after the date of the public hearing, the city council or the school committee shall act with respect to the initiative petition by passing it without change, by passing a measure which is stated to be in lieu of the initiative measure, or by rejecting it. I think we all have agreement that is what happens. They'll act. The council will act. Okay, so then we look at the next thing. Upon the passage of a measure which is in lieu of a referendum measure, a subcommittee of the city council appointed by the council president, or a subcommittee of the school committee appointed by the chairperson of the school committee shall meet with the petitioners committee within 14 days, period. Right? Then, okay, to determine if the amended measure is acceptable to the petitioners. The petitioners, so I want to say, I want to add to that, the petitioners also already have the agency to decide whether the amended measure is acceptable to them in what we're proposing, in what we've been talking about with a supplemental. So at some point, let's say there's a discussion, the petitioners committee decides if it's acceptable to them.
Catherine, just let me interject one thing.
Sure.
In today's world, an amendment is an automatic to the ballot.
Right.
So
And
keep
so
that
my
in mind.
question would be, do we all disagree with that already? We
It's not automatic to the ballot. I disagree. It's an automatic option to go to the ballot.
it's an automatic,
No, it's
okay,
a
You're right.
rejection.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's a rejection.
Yes.
good point. So we all, okay, so if I'm following this correctly, after the initial 150 signatures and the vote of council, however the petitioners committee chooses to interpret what is passed, if it's not a flat out acceptance of the language that they initially proposed, they have that agency. In this moment, they in what we've been saying we want, they have that agency. So the petitioners decide if it's amenable to them. So let's read the next sentence. If the petitioners and the council subcommittee or the school committee subcommittee support an agreed upon amended measure, the council or school committee shall take up the measure as amended at its next meeting. Well, so is this saying, forgive me for not having really analyzed this language yet, is this saying that if the petitioners committee says we accept the language that council passed, we're not going to a supplemental, which would be happening anyway, if they're not amenable, even whether they meet with the subcommittee of this or not, they still decide if they can agree on it. So this doesn't, okay, so then the council or the school committee, and if they agree, this council or school committee take up the measure as amended at the next meeting.
All right,
Wait,
so let me,
okay, go for it.
all
I'm
right,
like
so,
trying to have us all
right,
grapple
so-
with the language.
so one step would be that you meet with the group and where the amendment might have stimulated them to go to supplemental, the meeting stimulates the group not to go to supplemental because they're satisfied. What I think the negotiation part means is that maybe there are 3 or 4 other sentences that need to be changed in the initiative. And so now this group of 10 is talking to the city council and saying, if you take out another sentence or add another sentence and go back and vote on it, that would be great. And so the question is, I think what Isaac's concerned about is and Derek, that's a fundamental change of what the legislative body what has happened. That change is being brought about in a small committee of people. 1, it's not the whole council, and 2, it's a group of people that haven't been elected. They're making a change that's now going to move to the council floor to be voted on up or down. That's a powerful event.
Oh, wait, but
But
David.
wait,
but-
hold on a second, Al,
Yeah,
hold
Hold on a second now. What I'm saying is true, Al. Just, you don't have to get, you don't have to get excited about it.
So why not? This is actually a discussion.
Right.
I mean, maybe this language changes, but let me see if I'm hearing this right. The council passes something that's an amendment of the initial proposal.
Right.
Then they have a discussion with the citizens petition committee, a group. And based on that, one of the members of the council could bring forth an amended thing.
Yes,
And then the entire body has to vote. So
yes.
it's not ultimately giving the Citizens Petition Committee voting power.
Right, but is that a fruitful way for the city council to vet a change that's as significant as what is being made in that moment? In other words, a sentence can be changed that's so critical, and the only thing that's going to happen next is it's going to go to the council and be voted on.
So why not do that? I mean, I hear you, Isaac, saying this is what happens in democracy, but there's many different definitions of democracy. There's different ways that democracy happens within the Commonwealth. So why not have, there is no negotiation that happens here. If we just say this is a discussion that is part of the process, how is that dangerous? It ends up going to a vote of the council or the school committee.
So I'm happy to answer that question.
Okay.
The way it's, first of all, those deliberations are all supposed to take place before the council votes initially, right? When they're hearing from all sides in the public, after a public hearing and in public meetings, and where they hear from everything. All that deliberation should happen before the council ever votes on it, even to make the initial amendment, right? So using Dave's example of a noise ordinance. A citizens group brings a noise ordinance, the council thinks it goes too far, scales it back as an amendment. Under Al's proposal, it goes then back to a subcommittee, and there are further discussions or negotiations or cajolement by the citizen, by just this 10 group, not the rest of the public, on further changes to it that have to then go to the full council that no one else has had an opportunity from the public to weigh in on. B, it doesn't really stop the process, because what if that proposed amendment that goes back to the full council then gets proposed to be amended by a member of the council who's not on that subcommittee, right? It still creates the same, it's a perpetual loop that I think convolutes the process. You'll see in my motions that I made later in the night that I proposed a way to sort of terminate the process where the citizens group amongst themselves, without consulting with the council, gets to make a decision on whether or not they're satisfied with the amendments that the council made. I think there are lots of other ways for them to bring further changes to the council, to file a new petition, to ask a council to submit a new motion on their own that's not through the citizens initiative process, to file a new citizens initiative process, or to go to the ballot with their original motion. I think there's lots of avenues that they have that don't convolute the process and disenfranchise the rest of the public. And so I'd advocate for those processes. I think this one, while well-intentioned, I acknowledge that Al heard a lot of what the council had to say. I never said, while I may have said, let's give the citizens initiative petition the authority to terminate this process, I never wanted to give them such the authority to be the sole deliberators in it. And I know they don't make the final decision, but being the only people who have a voice at the table is in my view not democratic.
So many hands up. I got to digest all this. Well, Derek, go ahead. I'll go to Derek first.
All right, so I was recently at a city meeting in Torrington, Connecticut, and even though it was a planning and zoning meeting, I think the way they addressed this was pretty good, and maybe we could use that in context, right? So, the citizens initiative, they would present their case after their 150 signatures. They would present their case to the council, and it would be an item on the agenda where they get 30 minutes to present their case, answer any questions from counselors back and forth, and that person from the initiative group should be identified as the person talking at the table. So if the council has any questions, they're asking one person and they're responding to those answers, right? Mm-hmm. And then after they've had their chance to explain the pros of their proposal, the city council would then open up the meeting to any people that are against the initiative to come and speak before the table and speak to the councilors with those. So that's how Torrington did it. It was really interesting because you had all the pros, all the people that spoke for the pros of the initiative, and then they had all the people that opposed it come up afterwards and present their case. It's going to be a long meeting. But you know what? It's an important meeting, right? These are important decisions we're making that affect the whole community. So time shouldn't be an issue here.
I'm sorry. So again, so you witnessed something that was an initiative process that went that way?
This was at a zoning meeting, so it wasn't.
So it was the way the zoning board handled the pros and cons of a zoning measure?
So it was, I could tell you the specifics if you want. It was a campground that was going in Torrington. The campground presented their plans, their case, the pros, what it was going to do for the economy, all these things. And then once they were done, they asked questions to the campground people. They presented the answers to it. And then the planning board simply said, is there anybody in this room that opposes this? Feel free to come to the stand, state your name. They came up, they stated their concerns. The zoning board heard those concerns, and they asked the questions of the initiative group about those concerns, if applicable, right? So I know we're kind of going away and we're kind of running down a rabbit hole here, but I think that's a fair way to handle this. If somebody comes with 150 signatures, they present their case, then we get to listen to the opponents of their initiative, and it all gets handled in one meeting. We get to decide whether we're going to accept it, reject it, or make an amendment to it based on everything we heard. And then from there, if the people that had the initiative don't like our decision, at that point, they would go out and get another 150 signatures if they do like it with the amendments and bring it back in front of us. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm just focusing on, to narrow my focus, it's like right now an amendment is a rejection. And it seems
Yes.
like we're really trying to make an amendment a pause.
Yes, I think what we have to do is add language saying, if amended, the petition group has 45 days to either get X amount of signatures to send it to the ballot, which, you know, we could determine the signatures later, or come back with 150 signatures and amended language.
Yeah, okay. And then just to make your point, and Al, I want you to listen to this as it's kind of a different way of looking at it. So by reducing the initial amount to 150, we're making it relatively easy for people to continuously come back to the city council with initiatives.
Correct.
So initiative A happens, it gets amended. We're trying to figure out a way that that's not a rejection, which would then stimulate another 400, the supplemental to go to the ballot. What you're saying, Derek, is maybe go back and start all over again and make 150, have 150 people petition the amended version to the city council, and then that stimulates a public hearing, which is the opportunity, because you're back to the beginning again. So now you have a public hearing where now it's more complicated, because the first time everybody came, maybe nobody wasn't really listening. Now there's an amended and people are much more interested. So you have a pro and a con, typical, exactly what Derek is talking about. And it's accepted or rejected, but if it's amended at that level, again, is it that you go back and you have to come back a third time and hope that that's the one that does it, or do you let it go to the ballot? I mean, how the piece that's missing, which is the concern that Isaac has, but we're getting closer, is how can people negotiate with the city council in a way that ends this touching of circles or little bits of overlap of circles where the communication is really only in a public hearing and not at a deeper dive. And I think that's what Al's looking for. But I agree with Isaac that, you know, there are fundamental problems with that. So Derek, I'm just summarizing what you have to say. I'm going to give Catherine a chance. Go ahead.
Sure.
Two things. One, this is the rabbit hole, but if anyone is facilitating meetings of the public, I'm very concerned about the idea of separating pros and cons. The psychology of that is not very sound because it gives precedent. our minds sometimes like the first thing we hear, sometimes they like the last thing we hear. I want all voices to be heard. So just for future reference, let's please not separate that in that way psychologically. I don't know that that's sound, but
I was trained in a different era.
what's that?
I was trained in a different era. What words would you like me to use?
No, I'm just saying, no, that was not you. That was to the idea in Torrington, separating the pros and cons. But that concerns me.
Okay.
Back to, so Al, I'm wondering, I hear you really valuing the discussion and really wanting the discussion. And I'm wondering what you might think about having the discussion before the initial council vote. Like there's the public hearing, and then I realize that part of my adamantness about having the supplemental process is because I want a discussion between council and the committee. And my assumption is that, of course, some counselors will be having discussions and listening, but not all counselors do that, and it's not legislated. So I'm curious if you would be amenable to having that discussion be before the initial vote. So it's not ending up being any type of negotiation, but rather a seasoning of ideas.
That's a good idea.
Well, the way Catherine, the way it's written now, there's a public hearing, and then after the public hearing, there's a process by which that's where it's in section F. That's where you should be, I think, having maybe the petitioners having a discussion with the members of the council. I mean, maybe that. I mean, you could do it. You could do it. The point is, you could do it. What happens now is that the council goes off and weighs what it's heard at a public hearing, and then comes back in and makes an amendment to the ordinance or not. But if they make an amendment, they're probably making an amendment based on what they've heard at the public hearing, and maybe it would be helpful to have the petitioners be able to summarize or say something at the end. But I do think the point of this discussion is to make sure that the counselors go away with a clear understanding of what it is that the petitioners want, and to turn a very critical point, instead of, and I think David was alluding to it, instead of having a situation where you have the council come back with an amendment which equals rejection, you have them come back with an amendment which equals discussion, and allow the petitioners to then say, well, if you change one word in the last sentence, we could live with it. And then all of a sudden you've changed the whole process that's heading towards a second signature gathering and a ballot question. You've changed it to some resolution. Now, to answer Isaac's question, I think David as well, it's possible for citizens at any point that goes back to the council to say, wait a minute, we don't agree with that, and we're going to file a referendum. So that's why we have this. We wrote this blue language. But so Catherine, I think that it's possible that at some point, I think the real discussion comes in both before, during public hearing, but then after public hearing, I want the petitioners to be able to respond to an amendment that's been offered by the council in good faith, and the petitioners have the chance to say something, because otherwise, the way we've got it now is, if I'm on the council and I say I don't agree with it completely, and I want to make an amendment, I'm rejecting them, and they have to go to the ballot, and that's what we need to change.
So
They don't have to go to the ballot.
Well, sure.
it's true. We all know that at any point that after the council passes what is not a flat out acceptance, there's the body that is the Citizens Petition Committee has the agency to decide how to go forward. But let me come back. I want to ask the question. I can imagine the language of 7.7F be simplified to say that there's a public hearing and there's a conversation.
Mhm.
between the petitioners committee and a small group, which we call subcommittees, of the full body. And not that there's any decision made, but that there is listening. And I've heard Isaac say, listening, not negotiation. I've heard you, Al, say, I want people to be heard. What if this language was simplified, but it was legislated, that there had to be a discussion?
That's the word I used. I'm fine with that, Catherine. In number F, I'm fine with after the hearing that there's a discussion. And then,
Okay.
and then the council says what they're gonna say.
They do what
And-
they do.
They're
Okay.
the legislators, yeah.
All
So
right.
can I ask Isaac? I saw you put up, I'm sorry, I'm gonna
Thank you,
shift.
Catherine. I
I'll
was
stop.
gonna go to, I was gonna go to Isaac next.
Pick off.
And Derek,
Just looking at it.
I'll recognize you. Go ahead,
So,
Isaac.
so I obviously have no problem with anyone who brings a petition. I think they should have a opportunity to explain that petition to the council. I think that opportunity should exceed 3 minutes. And in practice, I basically think that has happened in the past, that citizens who propose things have been able to come in and explain their petition. I think what's being proposed, and sometimes happens, but has not always happened, is a right of the council to ask questions of the citizens the initiative committee as part of that, because the discussion works two ways, right? It's not just a listening. And while I personally have no problem with that, I can tell you historically on the council, there has been a concern that questioning of citizens from councilors can be seen as an intimidating factor that makes it less likely for citizens to come forward and share their views. Now, I personally have no problem with that. I could live with that, but I think it's worth acknowledging that other point of view, that if you're going to give that right to councilors to ask questions of the Citizens Initiative Committee, because that's the only way you can have a dialogue, then you may have an inverse effect of that which you're hoping for. Personally, in practice, I think it has worked, because I think questions have sometimes, but in subcommittee, that we do ask questions and it happens. But we've been quite deferential to people who come and speak before the council and not try to sort of do a deep dive into the motives, because not everyone who brings a citizen initiative petition has the depth or breadth of knowledge that other groups might have. And I think it's just worth noting, but I have no objection to it.
So let me summarize something what's been said. Maybe this is a really good thing. So step 1, 150 signatures. Step 2, public hearing. Step 3, and this would be before the council votes, it sounds like. So there are two committees that there's no need for a subcommittee that's just going to deal with initiative petitions. This would either be A&O or EDC, depending on mostly A&O. I mean, if there was a zoning has its own lawful way of it being initiated, so I doubt anybody would go through this crazy process. I'm not even sure if it's legal to go through this process for zoning, but let's assume you can, just for purposes of discussion. So EDC or A&O, the chair will say, all right, thank you for the public hearing. The charter would say that at that meeting before the vote, and we're going to use the word discussion. I don't know if that's the best word, but we all know what it means. There'd be a discussion, which means that the chair would have to recognize the petitioners committee at that meeting. There would not be discretion in that. And that the discussion piece would mean that there'd be a back and forth. Again, if that's the right word, it would be a verb that meant that the council also would talk to the petitioners as much as the petitioners would talk to the council. As a result of that meeting, or maybe a continued meeting if it doesn't work, and again, let's say the timelines are whatever, let's forget the timelines, we're still within the timelines. and then it goes to the council having had that process. I'm gonna stop there because things could happen on the council floor. But Al, would that work for you? If
Yeah,
that
yes,
were the
David.
method?
Yes, David, I think that Isaac used a very important word. He said dialogue. And that's
Right, we can
the
use that
difference.
word.
That's the difference between the word negotiate is, I agree, that's the wrong word because it sounds too legislative. But if you after the open hearing, after the public hearing, if we were, say that there will be, the next step will be ordinances committee, which I also think is a good idea, rather than a subcommittee, that the ordinance committee would have a dialogue. I don't necessarily think it has to happen the same moment, but if it segues into that, but I think what I want is a citizen dialogue with ordinances about what, after having both of them have heard what people said in the hearings, is to have that chance to say that, to have a dialogue about what they want from the, from the process. The other critical thing is, what about before, so we don't short circuit everything by having the council then come out with an amendment that drives people in the petitioners committee crazy, to have the ability for the dialogue to happen when the ordinance says, what do you think about this as a draft? We've come up with an amendment that we think is reasonable. What do you think? So
Well,
that
that's what I'm saying.
you don't have this concept of amendment equals rejection. Instead, you have the more organic thing of amendment means discussion. It means dialogue. And then you close it. Then the committee says, yeah, well, if you take out word X and put in word Y, we're with you. And then boom, it's done.
Okay, so great. So you agree to that point. So it looks like we have a path to the subcommittee, to the committee of the council. We have a path. All right.
I don't think so, David.
You don't? Okay. go
No,
ahead.
because Al fails to recognize that any individual counselor can file an amendment
Well, I'm getting
without
there.
any notice on the council floor.
I'm getting there. Let me get
I
there.
understand
Let me get
that.
there. Let me get there. You're right, Isaac. You're good. That's good. So you could have said it or I could have said it, but you can supplement me. So we've had that discussion. Al feels for who that's worthy of taking it to the council for a vote. So now the council sits. They accept the amendment. Whoop-de-doo-dah. Okay, that's great. The initiative group is happy. They further amend it. What happens if they further amend it?
And I want to say the initiative group may not be happy coming out of that. Like, I'm not,
Right. Right.
Okay,
they
so
may,
but, all right,
I don't
okay,
hear Al
okay,
saying that it, right?
Alright,
They may
so,
not be
but-
happy. They've had a
but-
discussion.
fine. So they come to the council, a vote is taken, but it's not the initiative. It's an amended version, whether it's what's agreed upon or not agreed upon, how it got to the end, a vote is taken. We all know it could happen on the floor. We all know it could happen because the committee voted it that way and the group is disgruntled. Now they vote to amend it or reject it. So Al, can you live at that point with the fact that there's been all this good due process, that this group now, if they're disgruntled, has two choices: either take the initiative to the ballot and get 450 signatures, if that's the number,
Right.
or they can go back and try again and have that same opportunity, have the public hearing and another meeting with the council to see if they could get it done. Those would be the two options at that point, which are built into the system. So the only thing we're adding to this is this idea that public hearing, everybody already agrees on the public hearing. Now there's a mandatory interaction between the petitioners group and the city council committee, not a subcommittee that's just a.
Yeah,
it's-
fine. That's fine.
it's
It's a dialogue
Right.
between, let's say, ordinances.
Okay, and then they go to the council, and there's no other opportunity except supplemental or come back and loop again. So Al, it sounds like you're okay with that. Derek, Catherine, and Isaac, how do you feel about that? Any order? You can
Dave, I
stay
have
in
no problem.
stunned silence for a minute if you want to. It's okay.
Dave, I have no problem with any of that. And I'd actually say there's a third option for the Citizens Committee, and that's to get a single counselor to file a motion for reconsideration
Mm.
to further amend.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's already available. That's kind of that's a special circumstance. I'm just thinking about, the fact that what the citizens have at their disposal on their side of the table, what do they get to do? Okay, so you're okay with it. Catherine, how do you feel about that?
I feel great about it. My assumption is this is what counselors are talking to the community anyway, and I'm really glad to legislate it and make it part of the
Eric,
process.
what do you think?
I'm good with it as long as we also get to hear from the opponents.
Well,
of the
that's what that's, okay. So at this A&O meeting, I'll use there's one thought and a second thought, all equal in the minds of the collective. So the petitioners group gets all this talking to but there's another group, or there are other groups, there are other thoughts. Do we mandate that those people have a right to be heard at the subcommittee level? Because the chair of that subcommittee is going to be told by the charter that they have to hear the petitioners group. They can't exclude the petitioners group. But the chair of the meeting has control over who they hear. So the chair of that group could not hear the people who have other thoughts. So the question is the dialogue so big that it allows for like everybody to come to that meeting and just state their case? And then that group of the council, 5 counselors who either are or not in agreement, bring that to the city council for their recommendation, and a vote is taken, and that's the final result. Al, would that work for you? Isaac, would that work for you? Derek, would that work for you? Catherine, would that work?
David, I think the issue is that in a public hearing, let's say it goes before ordinances and a public hearing. If the chair of ordinances says this hearing tonight is to gather comments from the citizens of this city, both pro and con. So anything that you have to say, this is your time to say it. We want to hear it. And then they get their 3 minutes, and at the hearing, there's a very large group of people who are unhappy with it. That affects the council's ultimate decision probably. But let's say that after the hearing is over, then ordinances comes back, it goes into I think they should do it at another time, but they have within X number of days, they have a discussion just among themselves in which they come up with a recommendation to reject, amend, or whatever. Then they have a session with the petitioners where they advise the petitioners, the dialogue with the petitioners that happens after the hearing, where they say, this is what we're thinking of doing. And this is, by the way, a public meeting, so anybody can be watching it. And the petitioners say, if you make one more change, we think we're there. The council says, sure, fine. Ordinance says, yeah, we'll take it back to the council. It goes back to the council and is completely rewritten. So the petition, as Isaac suggests, because that could happen. So the petitioners then, they have the choice of whether they want to continue gathering signatures and go get something closer to what they want, or whether they want to just stop the process. And I don't think people are going to want to go back and start the shot clock again and gather 150 signatures. I think they're probably going to want to just go ahead with their petition. But the point is that you're giving people the opportunity to have a public hearing, to have a dialogue, and anybody who's disgruntled with any of this at any point, that when it goes back to the full council for a vote, you've got public comment period where citizens can come in and say, "Oh no, this is terrible. This amendment that you made really is bad," and they bring a bunch of people in too, and then the dynamic changes that night, and they decided not to go with it, and then you go back to the petitioners and they say, "Okay, we've had enough of this. We're going to go ahead and now just go to the ballot. Thank you for having a dialogue." So no, what you're building into this is a public hearing and dialogue with the petitioners, which I don't think is an abuse of power, because the petitioners have brought it to this point and they've gotten signatures and they've done the work of doing it. But you're not excluding any individual citizen from coming to any public meeting of the council and making a comment about what they think about the whole thing.
Well, but the chair has to
and-
recognize
yeah.
the people. All right, go ahead, Catherine. And
I'm
then
wondering, so I hear the concern, Derek, that both sides really need to be heard, and I share that concern. And I'm wondering, I mean, if I'm imagining myself receiving a petition and thinking about it. To me, it feels enough to have the public hearing, to hear from people in a public hearing, to be receiving emails. Again, when it comes before council for a vote, people can talk to us. That feels enough. And I know that as a counselor, I talk to people who've brought concerns to me. I do feel like that meets the need for hearing the other side, of making sure that they can speak in all those forums. I'm wondering if that feels like it addresses your concern with having this other, with having a discussion with the committee.
Yeah, so can I go, Chair, since I was
Yes,
addressed?
please.
Okay, so, I really think if we're at A&O and that's where the nitty gritty details are going to be made for a recommendation, A&O should be listening to the whole story at that time, because that's where we're going to fundamentally come up with our amendment or agree to make a positive recommendation to the full council unchanged, right? So I think that's where you need to hear it, because I think hearing it fresh is where, and hearing it like at that time when you're making that critical decision is when you should be processing those thoughts. I know not all counselors are the same, but I like to hear both sides of the story before I make any decisions, and I like to hear from all the public before I make a decision, and that would be the place to do it, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Isaac?
Dave, I think we may be talking past each other a little bit here. When I initially said, yeah, I have no problem with that. And then I heard Al say he wants the subcommittee to make a decision about what they want to do and then go back to the citizen petitioner committee after that and say, is that okay? And I don't agree with that. I think legislative dialogue amongst legislators is the very last thing before a recommendation. Asking questions of a committee ahead of time, like how would you feel about this kind of amendment up front before they deliberate, is a perfectly valid kind of dialogue. Like how would you feel about this kind of amendment? How would you feel like about this kind of amendment? Asking those questions up front is reasonable, but to deliberate and then go back to them and deliberate again, you are, and especially going back to them without hearing the other side, that is not how I envision government working. I envision elected legislators who represent the will of their constituents conversing amongst themselves after having heard all of the information that they can from both the petitioners, supporters who are not the petitioners, opponents, people who have well wishes or questions but don't have a position, people and experts that the council calls in to get information about it. Once they hear everything, then they discuss amongst themselves. If they have to then go back out to the public to reopen it in some way before making their recommendation, it's a continual cycle within the council, within that subcommittee. I really think you need to, the last step has to be councilors deliberating themselves, and then go on to the full council. And there's obviously an opportunity for public comment at the full council, but that dialogue can't be a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It has to happen at one time, and the councilors ultimately deliberate.
But I think I'll let you speak, but I want to defend you. I know what you said, but when I asked you if you were willing to make the committee, like the A&O committee, the final resting place for the people to have their chance, and then it go to the city council for whatever they're going to do with it, that we would get rid of, after the vote of the city council, having a negotiation, and then there'd be a supplemental or an acceptance. Is that fair? Am I fair in saying that you were willing to go along with that? So we do 150 signatures. We have a public hearing. I'm not sure if the public hearing is before the city council or it's before a committee. But the public hearing is not a listening only by the city council. It's also open to discussion, a dialogue, something. No, you don't want that, Catherine? No.
It was, you had said two different things, that was going to be a public hearing. We didn't name if it would be in a committee or the council. And then there would also be a dialogue.
Okay, so I was imagining the public hearing would actually be before the city council early on, so that the city council could sort of hear it in full and not be surprised at the last meeting as to what is in front of them, because it's an initiative. And so it might be original and people need to hear what's going on. So the public hearing happens, one side, the other speaks. Because it's an initiative and 150 signatures have been gotten, it has to go through the council. So now the council sends it to A&O. A&O has a meeting called the dialogue. At the dialogue, the petitioners are certainly welcome to listen to the counselors at that more in the weeds level, talk about the pros and cons of the initiative. And the question is, with Derek's issue, is at that time, the second time, can David Singer, who has his own ideas about how this should proceed, does he have a right to speak? Because he's not in agreement with the initiative, nor is he totally in agreement with where the council's going with any amendments to it. Does he have a right to speak at that meeting? If he does have a right to speak at that meeting as someone that has a different idea, and the council gets all the ideas, now the public is now done. Now it goes to A&O, they deliberate, they give a recommendation to the council does whatever it's going to do. At the end of the day, the council has three choices. It can accept the initiative, which means the people are happy, and that's the end of it. They can amend it. Now, at that point, the amendment is happening after they've had the chance to talk it through. So the amendment doesn't allow this group that Al put in his document to have any power. Now the group has to decide, do they want to go back to the drawing board and loop back and do it again? Or do they want to go out and get a supplemental and put it on the ballot? I think, so that's where I hope that's where we're all in agreement, is a process that we all agree on. So that's how I'm hearing it. So I want to know if that's the case.
No, I don't agree with that completely. David, the one comment I would make, and then you can do Catherine, but I think the idea is that the dialogue, there needs to be at some point a dialogue where A&O says, we listened to the public hearing, we had a 2-hour public hearing, and we've come up with some language that we want to do to amend your petition. What do you think? And then there's a dialogue at A&O where the petitioners committee, which has a special status because they've brought it that far. They brought this to the people. The people, okay. Everybody had a chance to speak at the open hearing.
Let's shrink what you're saying. So what you're saying is that at the second meeting after the public hearing, it should really only be the petitioners group that's talking to the council, because that dialogue is around whether that submission should be amended or not, right?
Yeah, because the petitioner, the A&O has heard lengthy comments, pro and con, at the public hearing. That's what the purpose of the public hearing was. So then they touch bases with the petitioners committee. It can be later, 5 days later, 10 days later. They specifically have a dialogue with the petitioners committee to say, here's what we're thinking. What do you think? And they say, it's fine with us. We'll accept that. Then it goes to the full council and they completely change it. And the petitioners are aghast, but they realize their only choice now is to finish the process. That's how it works. I mean,
okay, great. I get it. So now, okay, Catherine.
I have a couple of follow-up questions. And I would love to ask them one by one, but briefly. So one is I don't know, I'm going back to Isaac's concern. I don't know if I can imagine A&O saying, here is what we're thinking. Because I don't know that A&O is going to agree as a body. I don't know, and I am echoing Isaac's other concerns that he mentioned about this. I don't know that A&O within 5 days as a body can say to the body that is the Citizens Petition Committee, here is what we're thinking. I can imagine that dialogue being some A&O members being, here's what I've thought. what do you all think? Facilitated conversation, but not a meeting of A&O to come to consensus about an amendment, which.
No, I don't think anybody, I
Okay.
think that's a misunderstanding.
So when you say, well, this is what we're thinking, I'm not sure that that's possible, but I do think it could be, here's what I've thought as an A&O member. Here's what I've thought as an A&O member. What do you all think? And a discussion, not, and then here, having that discussion, what I hear Isaac saying is, based on that discussion, A&O deliberates about what they want to put forward to council.
Exactly.
And then there's a separate issue of whether people who oppose should be able to speak. So I want to ask these questions separately. Do you agree with that, Al?
Yeah, the dialogue that's between a petitioners group and an ordinances group, to me, makes perfect sense and is not unreasonable. Knowing that that group may say, Catherine, to the petitioners group, we're just talking off the top of our heads here. We have not made a decision. The petitioners group says, okay, here's what we want. We'll reiterate it. Here's what we want. And then the meeting's over. And then the petitioners committee understands at that point that they have no commitment from A&O on any particular amendment that's going to be offered. When they hear the amendment later, which they might not hear until it gets discussed at the full council, they may be able to make the decision that we're going ahead with it. You know, this is just, we're way off track with what we wanted. So we're going to go and have a petition. But it seems to me that we should make some effort to have the council try to satisfy the petitioner's desire to make something happen that prevents prevents the necessity for a ballot question, which is very divisive for the community.
Okay,
Because I'm trying to say to people,
agreed.
give
Got
us something we can do to prevent the ballot from happening.
Got it.
You
Got it.
All right,
Okay, so can I ask my second question?
Please.
So I'm hearing both sides, Derek saying opposing people to be heard. And also, I think what I hear you saying, Al, is that the Citizens Petitioner Committee has a certain privilege, having done the work of gathering 150 signatures and gone through that process. They have a certain privilege to the dialogue,
Not the decision, but to the dialogue, yes.
to the dialogue.
Mhm.
And yeah, and I think that we're not all going to be 100% happy. I don't know that we're going for perfection here. I think we're going for like good enough from all of our different perspectives. I'm addressing
But there is a
I'm-
perfection to it. There is a perfection to it because
precision.
as long as there's a pathway that people can always go.
Yeah.
And the system works. So at the end, if Al is, if the A&O is the end of the interaction between the council and the committee, and then they are now in their zone, they decide, goes to the council, you have the 50 people could show up to talk about it, but the council decides. Then the group decides after the vote, either they accept it or they'll let the time go by. They won't file a supplemental. They'll come back and loop again, or they'll file a supplemental and they'll take their case to the public. If that works, then it seems like we have a pretty good plan here that doesn't cross some of the lines that Isaac and I were concerned about, because the agency of the committee isn't really an agency. It's just another opportunity to talk, a deeper opportunity to talk to the council, but the council ultimately makes the decision and then the group independently decides what to do. So I'm hoping that Derek thinks that it's okay that the public hearing is the place where each side gets a real good chance to talk. And then the second time is the petitioners committee talking it out with the A&O. And then from there, the council takes over. Al seems to be in agreement. Isaac, how do you feel about that?
I feel that committee chairs, subcommittee chairs, have ultimate discretion to recognize whoever they want in those subcommittees. And in subcommittee meetings, and I'd use your noise ordinance, for example, it's not going to just be the petitioners committee. It's going to be the chief of police talking about enforcement, who's sent by the mayor's office, or the board of health talking about enforcement. People talking about the practical concerns that are involved. Maybe it's an issue related to fines and what is a legal fine and what is not a legal fine, and those kinds of issues. There's going to be technical expert evidence that's presented at the ordinances committee. There's going to be the petitioners perspective. They'll be there, they can weigh in, and I think that happens in practice now anyway. And any other interested parties who didn't get to speak at the public hearing, if the chair wants to recognize them, they have the discretion to do it. And if they don't do it, that's a political problem for the chair, right? And there's a political solution to that too, to remove people who aren't acting as good counselors. But you can't tell a chair that they can't recognize someone.
Well, wait a minute. I guess let's narrow this to this question. Do you have a problem specifically giving the petitioners committee standing at the A&O hearing so that they have a right to be heard rather than leave it with the discretion of the chair?
Well, what does that right entail? How long do they have? Can they?
No. Everything else is up to the chair, but they have a right to be heard.
Yeah, I think that happens in practice, so I have no problem
I'm
formalizing.
talking about codifying it. What happens in practice, somebody could, you were talking about the worst case scenario. Somebody could stifle.
Yeah, I have no problem codifying.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is give the petitioners standing at the A&O meeting that they have to be recognized within the rules that the chair prescribes.
Yeah, I just don't want Al to have a false sense that they're going to be the only people there and having a voice.
No. But that, I don't care. I don't care if the chair allows 1 million people to speak at the meeting. That's the chair's discretion, which I don't want to control that. I just want the petitioners to have standing so that the other thing can't happen, that a disgruntled chair of A&O is not going to let these people talk because that that doesn't think that this is worthy and therefore it's going to get stifled. I want these petitioners to have standing, and however we write it, they have standing within the reasonable rules that are fashioned by the just like members of the council have a right to speak. At this meeting, petitioners, maybe the leader of the petitioners group is the only one. I don't know how to frame it, but if we all agree to this, then we actually have a new 7-7. 150 votes, 450 votes, a dialogue, a this or that. We have a new 7-7. I mean, there's details to work out about days between this and days between that, but I'm hearing it now. I'm going to let Derek go ahead. I'm sorry, Derek. Sometimes I don't see the hand.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm in pretty well agreement with this. I think as long as the opposition has a chance to be heard at both public hearings, which would be one, the presentation of the petition, and then it would go to A&O, at which point the petitioners would make their case, the councilors would listen. We've already heard the oppositions at the first public hearing. Now when it goes from A&O to the council for a vote, the opposition also, if they were at the A&O meeting, has a chance to speak about any opposition they may have to the further amendments we may make to that that vote. It seems like a fair shake, so I think we're going in the right direction here.
Great. I'm sorry, Al?
Go ahead, do Catherine and then me.
Okay, Catherine.
Okay. So I'm going to experiment with the motion here. So the new, well, no, I take that back. I'm motioning to amend the motion that is on the table. And I'm playing with language as I say it. So I'm moving that we amend section F. This is not draft language like Isaac is saying. This is a proposed principle that we're proposing, that after the public hearing, there is a meeting of the appropriate council committee where the petitioners committee has a dialogue with the given committee in which they discuss. And so dialogue means a back and forth. They can talk to each other, not just public comment, but there can be a back and forth. As with any other committee meeting, the chair has the discretion to, at the beginning of that meeting, recognize public comment from the public, as would happen, as they would have that discretion in any meeting. After that, at the end of that discussion, when the discussion is complete, that committee talks about what, amongst themselves, what motion proposal they want to put forward to the body, the council or the school committee. End of motion, because the rest of Al's motion stands. Any questions about that?
I'm a little confused as to whether or not that's an amendment to Al's motion or substitute motion, which is what I thought it was, and I could be supportive of a substitute motion.
It is a substitute. The motion that is on the floor is Al's entire language, that's what I understood the initial motion to be. And therefore, I am proposing that we amend that section. So I am proposing it, I believe, as an amendment to the motion.
But you're amending section F
Yes,
with a narrative and not with language, which we understand.
All right.
that's right, because I can't write it out
Yeah,
as
no.
it's right now. Mhm.
So. Do I have permission to help you, Catherine?
Please, yes, go for it.
So, I think we want to accept Al's, recommendation up to the end of section E.
Okay.
So the public hearing's already been built in. So what would happen next is there'd be a proclamation that the petition would then go to a committee designated by the president of the council, which we assume would be A&O, but it's whatever committee that, let's give the chair the discretion. And that committee would have to meet within a certain period of time with the petitioners committee to have a dialogue between the counselors and the petitioners committee. I just looked up the word dialogue. So the dialogue is clearly a conversation between two or more people, but we have to define that the dialogue isn't that the counselors talk to themselves and the petitioners talk to themselves. It has to be between the counselors and the petitioners. After that meeting occurs, it could be adjourned for more meetings. You want to leave it flexible if the committee needs forever to do it, but that's not the issue. You don't want to lock it down. But at some point, once that dialogue has been concluded, now the council moves on. Now the charter provision moves along as it's currently, as Al wanted it, which is that the council will vote to do what they're going to do. If it's accepted, hallelujah. If it's not accepted, then the petitioners have the right to go out within days, whatever those days are. So we have to get rid of F, and we get rid of the blue stuff, and we go right to supplemental. But it doesn't say if they're unable to agree on an amended measure. Maybe it's just, well, I don't know how the beginning of that sentence.
David, on G, all you have to do is just say, if the petitioners are not satisfied with the amended measure passed by the council, they have the right to gather the second supplemental petition. In other words, we're no longer.
That may not be
agreeing.
the best words, but conceptually that's right. So, and then they go and file the supplemental petition, and it goes to the ballot.
Yes.
Now they could let the 45 days go by and not do anything, and in the meantime come back and file an initiative petition that's a little bit different and start the process all over again, which gives them the same rights in A, B, C, D, and E, F, and before G anyway. So you can loop that way, or you can go straight you can go, you can say, I'm done, I'm tired, or you can.
I
so-
don't think you need to, I don't think you need to say all that about the loop. I think you can just say that if they.
No,
if they
you're
decide
right.
to not-
That's a parentheses. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then submission to the voters is the same, right? So we're really, what we're doing is we're getting rid of F. We're getting rid of F,
Rewriting.
substituting this dialogue provision. And then everything else is pretty much the same.
Well, G needs a little change right at the
It
beginning.
needs a little change, but the concept, but we're,
Yeah,
before we were against the supplemental petition, we are now in agreement that a supplemental petition was the way to go. So so again, maybe the motion should be, why don't you start again, Kat? The motion should be to amend F. So to strike F in its entirety and to amend it by talking about dialogue with, I mean, I really think that F is not titled correctly. I like the old charter titling of the current charter titling of it, but let's not get it, the titling of it isn't as important. It would basically be to be an F, and maybe there would be a G that's I'm sorry. G would be coming before the committee. That's what it would be. And then the council votes. So the first paragraph is it comes before the committee for a dialogue between the councilors and the petitioners committee. And then the second thing is that the council votes. And that's it.
David, I don't-
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to be helpful. Go ahead.
I don't know why we're trying to draft when we're talking about fundamental principles. We should be making a recommendation on accepting the fundamental principles that we agree upon and let someone else do the drafting down the road. I can't vote for an amendment that I've not read. And I don't mind voting for a fundamental principle that we've discussed that's articulated. I can do that, but I can't approve a draft that's half read.
Make a motion.
I move to table the motion before the floor and take up the other action items and allow committee members to make additional proposals based on the dialogue we've had at the end of them.
I'm not gonna second that, but go ahead.
I'll second it.
Discussion, please, David.
Can't discuss a table. But I will because I just think, so go ahead, I'll give you you're gonna
I
vote
just
no,
can't,
so-
Isaac, honestly, about a year ago, when I was asked to help with drafting marijuana legislation, I wasn't asked to come up with principles. I was asked to write the damn ordinance. That's my work of 30 years in the legislature. Lawmakers always said to me, what do you got? Show us your language. Don't tell us about what you want. Show us what it looks like in statute. Having gone through the work of actually writing statute here, I don't want to just toss it aside and say, oh no, let's leave that for the council. The council be starting from scratch.
It's
What?
part of the record. What you wrote is part of the record, so it's not gonna go into the ether.
No, I'm saying that I can't, I know that if people need more time to read this stuff, then we come back again in a week and do it again, or 2 weeks, but we don't, it's much easier for a counselor to have a statute written that they can then cut and paste or delete, rather than just a bunch of, we passed the motion.
There's a motion on the floor that's been made and seconded, so.
Yeah, I'm arguing about it.
All in favor of tabling, announce, I'm gonna go through the roll call. Catherine, do you agree to table it?
No,
Derek, do you agree to table it?
Yes.
Isaac, do you want to table it?
Yes.
Al, do you want to table it?
No,
I do not want to table it.
May I be recognized?
Who's that, Isaac? Yeah.
Yeah. So a motion table is not debatable, but Al, you gave us this with less than I saw this draft for the first time today, and to approve specific language that I have not had time to review is unacceptable to me. We all agreed that this was going to be the last meeting of this committee, not that we were going to kick it down the road a couple of days. We're already down 2 members. You're going to be down a third member after tonight if we're not able to resolve this tonight. I'm not going to do another draft. I'm not going to vote for a draft I haven't read. We all have principles that we agree on. There's some consensus here. And I guarantee you that you never gave the legislature 24 hours or less to read proposed legislation and expected them to vote yes or no on it.
Isaac,
Can I respond to that? David?
nobody's trying to prejudice you or anybody else. How about if we make a motion to suspend? I don't even know if this is real, but make a motion to suspend the discussion about this about Al's initiative. Just suspend it. And then I'd like to hear a more general motion about what we all think we've agreed upon. And then see if we can incorporate it back or just leave it hanging. We got it. We have to do something. We're too close. Go ahead, Kevin.
I don't think that my motion was heard, and I was really trying to take into account, Isaac, you saying at the very beginning of this meeting that our job is not to draft language, but is to offer specific principles. So I want to make sure that I think that I'm naming what everyone has said that they can agree with, and I'm just trying to articulate that succinctly. So I want to try one more time and see how it goes, because I do think that you've all said that you agree to this. And so and in council, we make motions all the time that are not in writing, right? This is the motion. The motion is that we strike F and that we hold as a principle that before the council votes on what the Citizens Petition Committee is bringing forth, they hold an appropriate subcommittee of council or the school committee holds a dialogue, back and forth conversation with the petitioners committee. And that we move to put that forward to the council to draft the specific language that gets passed.
Right, but what do we do with Al's big draft of 7.7? How do we incorporate your motion? Are you making a motion?
The motion is still on the floor. The initial motion is still on the floor. I'm motioning to amend.
Motion to amend Al 7.7.
That's what I'm motioning.
Okay.
Right.
I'll second that. All right, now let's have discussion about that. Derek.
Yeah, so, I think I can agree that we shouldn't be presenting A&O with direct language of how we should write this. This should be up to that subcommittee to decide it. What we should be doing is making the recommendations, like Isaac said, on what we feel is fair, right? And I think we determined a lot of that. So, step 1, 10 signatures, affidavits to the clerk. Clerk sends it to the lawyer. Lawyer approves, says it's legal. From there, they go out, collect 150 signatures. At that point, it gets sent to the city council. There's an open public meeting. People come in, speak opposition, pros, cons in the public hearing. From there, President Gwynn would assign that to one of the committees. From there, that committee would deliberate with the petitioners on what's going to happen. From there, if they would go back and review everything that they heard and make a recommendation to the petitioners, at which point they would have a chance to come back and say yay or nay to A&O, right? And then from there, A&O would make a recommendation to the council. It would get voted on. If people don't like it from the petitioners, they could go get X amount of votes to put it on the ballot. And that's where we're at, right? So I really think we just need to provide guidelines for A&O, not legal language and how it should be written.
David?
All right, Catherine, I'll have you go last because you made the motion. Go ahead, Al.
You want me to go, David?
Didn't you just ask to go? Somebody said David.
That was me.
I mean, I
was
don't,
me.
this.
But I
this,
can go a second.
Isaac, do you want to go?
Go ahead, Isaac. I'm sorry.
Isaac, go ahead.
What's being proposed is you can draft language of an ordinance or of a chart. This is a legal document. It's the most important legal document in the city, the charter. you can either have specific language or you can have principles. What I don't think you can do is a hybrid. What's not a good idea is a hybrid of those things. We like this language, but here we'd like to do something like this. I don't think what Catherine has proposed, while I agree with what she said, is an amendment to Al's motion. I think it is sort of a vague statement of principles that amends specific language, and not a vague statement of principles, but a statement of principles that amends specific language without providing substitute specific language. I don't think it, I think if it was a substitute motion for this, it would be fine. I also think we could table this, take another motion. I'm not going to make it, but we could take another motion to table this motion, take up all of the other votes that are on the agenda tonight, which encompass everything that's in this ordinance except that dialogue provision. And we could add that dialogue provision and we would be done. I don't think there's anything else that's included that's not in the additional motions, but I think trying to do a hybrid doesn't work well.
David,
Yes, Al.
I want to just register my unhappiness that people are telling me that they haven't had time to read 2 sections of an ordinance.
Please,
I mean, this is not,
Al, I'm
what?
sorry to cut you off. We are so close. I don't want, that's a person. If he feels that way, let's acknowledge it. That's it. We don't need to go. I really want this conversation to narrow into what we're going to do next. Please. You did the best you could. Nobody doubts it. We're all grateful for what you did, but you're getting pushback on the process. So accept it and open up your mind to what are we going to do next? That's what I need from everybody. What are we going to do next? Go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, we agree. I don't care what the process is. And I understand that we should care. Like I get that there is a reason behind how we put these principles back forward, but we actually agree, period. and what Derek said is what we agree on, with one tweak, which is that, Derek, you added a piece about the committee going back to the petitioners committee, and I don't think that we agree on that. I don't even know if you agree on that. That because that becomes negotiation, but we actually agree here. Like we're almost there. So one of the lawyers in the room, just tell us how to.
I will.
This.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you how to do it. But Al, you have to. I ask you, Al, to understand that what you've done has benefited this entire group. The fact that we're not doing it the way you imagined is part of what groups do. Nobody's rejecting anything out of hand of what you've done, but it sounds like the counselors themselves and a former counselor who is directing how this gets sent. We might, whereas I agree with you that I would be okay with what you're up to. I want to defer to them because they're the ones who are going to shepherd it. And I think that the beauty of this meeting is, which is why I don't want it to disintegrate, is that we agree. We freaking agree. It's all down to what it's going to sound like. We've done a wonderful thing here. Let's finish it. At least 7-7. Let's finish. We
Look,
have to
just
go to
that
7-8 another meeting. So be it.
David, 2 minutes
I'm
ago.
asking you to be a we. You're part of a group. Be a we, not an
David,
I.
2 minutes ago, there was a 3-3 split on tabling the
There was
motion
not a
for
3-3
language.
split. It was a 3-2 vote not to table it. So it wasn't a split. So vote not to table it so that there be more discussion. But now,
But now you're going to do the same thing. You're throwing all the language out, instead of having the section that Catherine
Ow.
made about a section
I
F.
beg you to
Please.
participate in this as a part of the group and not about your feelings about this personally.
David, I resent that. I really don't.
Sorry, it
I
wasn't
don't
an
want you to
insult.
you're personalizing it to say that It's just like Isaac did this last time. Al doesn't want to change everything. So
That's
Al,
not what I'm
anything.
saying.
So Al comes in with a whole different change.
Point of
and it's the
order.
Same
No,
story.
all right, stop. It's late. Maybe we should just.
No.
maybe we should just adjourn.
No, we should just drive through.
Well,
Say that
Yeah, just
again?
drive through. Just drive through.
right,
We have got agreement on what we want to bring forward.
no question.
Please help
Yeah.
us get this forward.
Catherine,
Well, I think-
I have no language to look at. I don't know what you're
Well,
talking
how do you
about.
think
What-
Isaac feels?
Pardon?
That's the same way Isaac feels. You don't have any language to look at. He doesn't have
He
any
did,
language.
Isaac says he didn't have time to read it.
No, I said I got it today, Al. That's when you sent it, came from the clerk. We were all given a deadline when we needed to have our motions in. I got my motions in on time as was requested. We've known for over a month when this meeting was gonna be, and I'm getting language from you at the last minute. And that is unreasonable to ask anyone to do.
My language was out several days ago. The last minute today was
Al,
because I was asked to
this is
do
not-
something
Al,
by
nobody
David.
ca-
Do
no,
you
this
want
is
to be right,
irrelevant.
or do you
Stop.
want to get you're about to get what you want out?
Yeah, I don't get that.
I don't think
You,
so.
okay, here's the thing. A counselor is going to need to steward this through. I am committed to stewarding this through in partnership with Derek, to whatever extent you want to be part of that process, Derek. We're going to have to bring forward language. I've looked through this, like Isaac is not committed to, Isaac is saying we're putting forward principles. You're all gonna have a chance to talk to council about what's put forward. The language, the specifics of the language that you're putting forward are not going to be that different. And the key intention, if at all, and we're trying to agree on key principles that are the same as what everything that you've just said that what you want. So we could either get mired in and stuck in minutia, or we can make a motion that says we agree on the fundamental principles, and a counselor is going to put that language forward with the input of everyone.
And your work is going to be in the record. Yes, Al, go
I
ahead.
promise you. You can choose to
I
trust that
really-
or not, but
Catherine, are you saying that you're gonna write language at some point and present it to the ordinances committee?
I am absolutely willing. Yes,
Okay, fine. Because at some point, the rubber hits the road. And
I will do
somebody has
that.
to-
I'm
somebody-
volunteering with feedback from my colleagues, especially Derek. I am willing and happy to steward forward language. It will,
Fine, that's acceptable to me. You know, somebody on the council has to agree that
course.
ultimately you need language.
of course, we
Does he-
can't do it. The charter has to have language. Right now, we need to agree on principles.
Catherine,
And I think
wonder
we all
if you'll-
do agree on the principles, pretty close, right? The
Yeah,
process, right? So I will work with Catherine to get this thing pushed through as well, Albert.
Catherine, I wonder if you'll make your motion as a substitution rather than an amendment.
absolutely. I would be very happy to, and it will be almost precisely what Derek just said without the negotiation piece there.
So
So
we have to do something with Al's document, so.
it will get, Al, I promise you. I'm not gonna wanna write something from scratch. You know that I put thought into this. It looks good to me, but I don't wanna say that that's my motion. I wanna work with, and I thank you, Derek.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that.
It'll go forward.
I'd like there to be something in the motion that you and Derek agree to write language for the council.
Okay, based,
Yeah. I will work with Catherine to write language. The way I would recommend, Catherine, is, we both take a stab at it. We send our documents together. We critique each other's documents and then make it one working document, right?
okay, can we, I am certain that you and I can come up with a process that works great for both of us. I have no doubt about that. Could we not vote on that one and just have name that we're sharing a commitment to creating language that mirrors the principles of the.
Al, you're okay with this, if that's the way it goes? Because I want to renew the motion to table your 7-7, what was on the table now. so that we can move forward with the other discussion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Isaac,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes,
David, yes, Al,
No,
okay.
it's about trust, Al. I promise you.
Passes,
Language
okay.
will go
So,
forward.
Catherine, now, do you want to make your own motion, or do you want to have Isaac go through the motions that are on the agenda?
Okay. I would like to make a motion. Is that okay, Isaac, that I make a motion with the principles? Is that good with you?
I have no objection to a motion that about the subcommittee meeting, having a hearing. That I have no issues with that.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that reflects all of the principles that I believe that we agree with, but just hold on, I'm trying to organize my, oh, here's the other paper. Okay. So the motion is that a petitioners committee is formed of 10 people. They bring the language that they want to be put forward to the city clerk. The attorney vets it. Once it's approved, they have to gather 150 signatures. Once those signatures are vetted by the Board of Registrars, then the proposed initiative goes in front of the entire body of the city council or the subcommittee for a public hearing.
you
After
left out the lawyer,
I said it's vetted, okay.
vetted by the lawyer.
It's vetted by the lawyer.
Mhm,
Yep, it
yeah.
has to be vetted by a lawyer. Then it goes to the public hearing. Then there is a dialogue with a committee of the council that is approved by the president or the chairperson. The dialogue happens in that committee. Then it goes to an entire vote. If what is passed is not the initial proposed initiative and is not amenable to the petitioners committee, they then can decide within 45 days to have a supplemental signature collection. And if they collect 450 additional signatures from voters that are vetted by the Board of Registrars, then it goes to a ballot with the timing. Yeah, it goes to the ballot and there's precision around the timing, but that's the process.
Second. Any discussion? Derek?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So before I vote, because I think she did a great job summarizing that, I'm not in agreement with like the total numbers that are being presented. So if I vote in favor, then I am approving those numbers. I would much rather see it with, especially the 450. I'm more of around a 600 kind of guy. But how's that process work if I'm approving that language? Can we maybe restate that and, address that number later on in discussions?
Well, my idea was that if you vote yes, for example, but you feel the numbers aren't the way you want it, then just note in your approval that there should be a footnote about how you feel about the numbers, and then that'll be put in the report, rather than us sitting around talking about the numbers. That's my idea, but
Okay.
wait, Isaac, your hand's up. Al, I'll have you next.
So the reason why you got the motions from me that you got is I broke apart the discrete issues so that we could talk about them one at a time, and hopefully most of them wouldn't take a long discussion. And it broke out the numbers so that we could have a conversation about the numbers. And I'm probably a little closer to you than Derek is, although a little higher than where you were. although I'm not saying that would be the one thing that would hold me up. And there are a couple other provisions that I had included that were not in your motion. I had thought the motion you were going to make was about section F and that of Al's proposed thing, and you were going to give a principle on having the Citizens Committee have a hearing at a subcommittee of either the council or, as we know, it's school committee, and codify that one issue, which is what we just had all that debate about, not all the other things, like that it has to go before the town attorney. I think we all know that. That's already in the existing language. What we're talking, I think what we need to send to the council are recommendations on things that where there's controversy and disagreement. I don't know if you want to go through these one at a time, Catherine, or if you want to try to pass it as you submitted it. I think it was a pretty good recitation of most of the things we agree on.
But we have a motion on the floor. What do you want to do with it?
Do you want me to respond or do you want Al to go next?
I think I'll give you a chance to respond to Isaac.
I want to respond to Isaac and Derek though, so I'm not sure if that's.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. You all have more experience in city council Robert rules process than I do. I'm not quite sure how we articulate. I'm fine with going through. I hear the rationale of going through each of the points individually. And I'm also, I don't know. I don't know what the best process is here to get through this. So I'd be fine with tabling my motion and then going through each of the points. I see the rationale of that. And then the other thing, I don't feel like I can commit to, if Derek and I aren't in agreement with the numbers, I don't think it's a good idea. Like, I think that we can totally get the language, but I don't, and I imagine you might agree with this, Derek. I don't think it's a good idea for us to then be like, I want something, I don't want to have the numbers be open to interpretation by me and Derek separately, because we might disagree and come to an impasse. And I don't think that's a good dynamic for all of us.
Yeah, I think A&O can decide the numbers as a group, though. You could discuss your argument, and I can discuss my argument, and whatever A&O decides collectively will be the number that goes, right? And no hard feelings. I don't get.
Okay.
It's just business.
Go ahead, Al.
Honestly, if we can't come up with numbers to recommend, I feel like what was the point of this, of having the committee? I mean, in all these meetings. I mean, I think we have 3 votes for 600 votes. And we haven't even had a discussion on numbers. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've been led astray, but I thought 150 and 450 was reasonable. And I think that could prevail tonight. But you know, if we're not going to recommend numbers, what on earth are we doing? You're going to leave it to A&O? That's exactly the problem, Derek. That's exactly the problem that citizens feel. You're leaving these things to the same people who were doing nothing. A&O did nothing for months.
Al, what's the purpose of this?
Because David, I think that in good faith, I joined this committee thinking that we would actually come up with some
It's okay for you to talk about the
recommendations.
numbers, but you don't need to put down the A&O committee. Come on, just leave it. Let's bring it together.
David, I don't, you know, you're trying to direct my thoughts and my comments. You have to accept that I'm a committee member too. And I don't agree with your position.
Al,
I'm not, you know, I'm saying that I think we should have numbers.
you know,
I
if
don't
you
want,
want to,
Derek just said, take it to A&O. I don't want to do that.
yeah, but that's not what you said. You didn't say that. That's not what I objected to. I objected to you vilifying the A&O for doing nothing. We don't, that's rhetoric. Just cut the rhetoric.
Not rhetoric, it's history. It's history. And the only reason I
That's
said
your
it was-
opinion that they didn't do anything.
That's correct. And I was
Okay,
responding
but
to
we don't-
Derek's
I don't
comment.
care about your opinion. I want to hear facts. I want to hear stuff that we're going to do.
The fact is that they took months and did nothing. How's that for a fact?
Well, we're here now and have been for, I don't know.
They
how
do
many-
nothing. They directed this
Do you
committee.
want, do you want to send no numbers up there, David? Is that what you're saying?
Nope, I'm not.
There's a motion for numbers. Catherine,
Let's
if
do
you
it.
wouldn't mind withdrawing your motion and we could take anything you think we get left off at the end, I would have no problem with additional things and go through what's on the agenda, and if we need to add things, we can do that. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, I withdraw my motion and I'm gonna open a window. Be right back.
All right. So Al, you want to make a motion about numbers?
Yeah, I
We have
moved
an
it- I moved
agenda.
Pardon?
Mr. Chair,
you
we
wanna
have
go
an
through the-
agenda.
Well, hold
Let's
it.
follow the agenda. They go line by line on these numbers. They're all
Okay,
discussing the
okay,
agenda.
all right, calm down. We informally ended a discussion that Catherine was having without a motion to table. So I thought we were getting informal. I would like to have a motion to
She
table.
withdrew her motion.
I'm gonna make a
Oh.
motion. Somebody second it.
You seconded?
I didn't.
Second.
Okay, second by Healy. All in favor of tabling? Aye. Al,
I'm against it.
It's
Catherine?
not-
And what? What?
Are
You
in
can't vote on
favor-
We're
something
withdrawing the
their
motion.
Are you in favor of tabling or not?
There's no motion to table. She withdrew her
I
motion.
withdrew it and it was
But
seconded.
I seconded it and I didn't withdraw it, so I want
Oh.
it tabled.
So is there a
Tabling it,
motion to
Catherine?
table?
Are you,
I-
just say yes or no.
Wait, me?
You're one of the voters. Are we voting to table your motion or not?
Oh, I'm withdrawing my motion.
So can you vote to table it? It's the same. thing?
Yes, I vote to table it
Thank you.
happily.
I vote to table. Derek, you vote to table?
Yes.
Isaac, you vote to table?
Yes.
All right, it's off. Now, let's go down the order. Isaac, you want to make motions based on the? things
Sure.
that-
Shall it be recommended to the Greenfield City Council that the total number of signatures to reach the ballot in section 7-7 and 7-8 be the same?
Second. Any discussion? Isaac, is there anything you
I'll
want to
probably be
say?
voting against it because I don't know what the same means for now, because we don't have
It
any.
means equal.
No, I know that, but we don't have, I don't know what numbers people are gonna talk about now, because all the stuff that was in the materials that were prepared for the site, this meeting and Catherine's original motion, now that all of that is up to debate. I don't want to say the same until I know what the same is.
Well,
You
the same
come up
could
with-
be
you come
4
up with
million, it
1,000
could be 1. It
Pardon?
depends
Isaac,
on
Isaac,
principle
just-
to the
Isaac,
same.
just explain what's behind your motion, please.
The question is, the motion is intended to decide whether or not there should be symmetry in the two sections, regardless of what the ultimate decision about what the appropriate number of signatures is to get to the ballot. It's not a motion on the specifics, which we'll take up later.
I would oppose that motion because the specifics have not been done.
Okay,
I don't know what you're gonna do with 7-8. So I'm not gonna vote. It's out of order. I'm not gonna vote on that.
okay, nobody's making you vote anything that you don't want to vote, but you said you don't want to vote for it, that's fine. Derek, what do you think?
I guess I'm kind of confused now on that motion, just because. Are we saying what's existing in 7-8 right now as we speak, or what's
No.
modified in 7-8? Down the
Whatever.
road.
So the question is, whatever the appointments or whatever the council ultimately decides, the number of signatures is to get the ballot. Should that ultimate number be the same in both 7-7 in 7-8, or should they be different numbers?
So
Okay, I get it, and I agree with that. I think it should be fair across the board.
Catherine?
yeah, I hear Al's concern about taking this question first. And I'm wondering, I don't know if this is a question for Isaac about withdrawing or David for taking this out of order, but it does make sense to me to ask the question first that you have in numbered 8. Shall it be recommended to the Greenfield City Council that the total number of signatures included in the original amount? I mean,
I actually think it should happen in the exact opposite order, because I think the principle of whether or not they should be the same should be irrespective of what the numbers are. I think some members of the committee want to hold and want there to be don't want to change 7-8 at all. And I don't think, or want to make that easier. I think there's a principle here of either it is the same or it shouldn't be the same. And it shouldn't matter what number you ultimately decide, whether or not you believe access to the ballot should be equal.
You completely rewrote, I completely rewrote 7-8. Now you, and that's been basically rejected at this point. So now, I'm not going to, say, or whatever, vote on, give me a number and I'll tell you whether I think it's reasonable. Start there. Why are you
The
starting?
same number as 7-7. That's the number. That's what I'm proposing.
Well, actually, Al, if you look at your own draft, you use the same numbers in 7-7 and 7-8.
That's
So-
correct. But all that draft is gone, David.
No.
That draft
nothing
is gone.
Nothing is gone.
Maybe somebody's gonna look at it someday, maybe not, but it's gone. It's not being used.
We're agreeing that they should be the same. The total number doesn't matter. They should be the same regardless of what we vote on for numbers. It's a simple question.
Yeah, I'm now gonna.
Now,
vote
you
against it.
wrote 7-7 and 7-8. The ones you wrote had the same numbers.
That's correct.
Did you do it because you thought there should be a symmetry?
Yes,
Okay, so why can't you vote on the concept of symmetry?
because now we've changed everything. We have no language. We have a generic motion that got tabled. We have nothing. Nothing's happened yet.
I'd like
Tell
to
me
call
what
the
number
question.
you want.
Call the
Maybe,
question.
I'm not gonna say I want to be locked into a high number for
I
both
would-
because one was bad and so the other should be bad too.
I understand what you're saying, but conceptually, you did agree that symmetry was an important piece of writing the two.
Yeah,
That's
because
the concept.
conceptually I did agree. Yes. But now
So
look where
can't
we are.
narrowly agree that they should be symmetrical?
Why do we need to do this motion at all?
Because it'll lead to how we're going to deal with things as we go deeper into the discussion.
No, don't lock me in at this point. Lock me in after you have a number that I know.
Move
we
to call
should
the
be-
question.
Okay. Catherine, how do you vote?
I abstain.
Isaac, how do you vote?
Yes.
Derek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Al, how do you vote?
You say me?
Yes.
No, I'm voting no.
Okay, I vote yes.
Shall it be recommended to the Greenfield City Council that section 7-7, 7-8 both have a bifurcated process in order to allow the council to first consider, or in the case of 7-8, reconsider to the proposed measure?
Second.
I want to say, I like your new language, Al, of 7-8. It's right here in front of me. It's not going anywhere. It's not gone or done. And I appreciate that you're actually proposing a bifurcated process of 7-8, because I think that
You mean 7-7, I think.
I mean 7-8, actually.
Oh,
I'm recognizing the work that Al did in that, and I agree that the process should be bifurcated, because I think that it's important. Everything I've said already for months is important, that there's a discussion process, and that it's not super easy to put something on the ballot, and that it should be easy, but not super easy, and that it should take a thoughtful process. And so I appreciate that, and I do think that there should be a bifurcated process for both.
okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Jess, wanna say anything? All right, I'm gonna say something. I'm not against the bifurcated something for 7-8. That was a surprise to me. I know what Al was trying to do, and I appreciate it. So the surprise wasn't a negative surprise. It was just a surprise. The problem I have with the referendum petition is different from the initiative petition. It's more time sensitive. So the more the process is slowed down, the more people are able to slow down the works of the city council, and for people who rely on the city council to vote. So I'd have to kind of hear how the bifurcated worked. So I will vote yes to the extent that I would listen to it. But my misgivings are that the bifurcated, I don't want it to be like a a drawn out process. So I'm okay with bringing people to the table, but usually in a referendum, the referendum is because things have been exhausted at that point, and the people are voting against it because it's kind of reached the end of the road. But I would, if I vote yes, I have a limited view of it. So that's what I want to say. Derek?
I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Okay, Isaac?
I actually agree with you wholeheartedly, David. I have a limited view. I think it should be a very short process. I would also say exempt from motion from these 7-8 actions are actions that are passed with an emergency preamble.
All right, and Al, what do you think?
I'm sorry, a margin of what, Isaac?
An emergency preamble, they're already exempt. If something is an emergency and the council passes it and says it's an emergency, it's already exempt under 7-8. It's under the rules of exempt measures. It's seldom used. Very few things are passed with an emergency preamble.
I don't agree to that amendment. Let's just keep it simple. Either we agree or not, let the council figure out the permutation. All right. we're
I
done.
didn't vote, David.
Talk about-
I'm gonna vote against this.
Okay, Al, you're no, Isaac,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes.
David, yes. Okay, next.
Next, I'm sorry. Shall it be recommended the Greenfield City Council that it be required to hold a public hearing on measures brought under 7-7?
Second. Well, that's a question that should be answered in the affirmative, right?
No.
Oh, that's required? Yeah, okay, okay. Any discussion on that? Al, you okay with that?
Yep.
Isaac,
Yes, of course.
Catherine?
Yep.
Derek,
Yeah.
David? Yes, okay, unanimous.
Shall it be recommended to Greenfield City Council that they should set a time frame that allows them to adequately consider, hold advertised public hearings, bring experts, municipal or otherwise, to testify outside of a public hearing, but set a date from filing of no less than 60 and no more than 90 days for action. I think the words action were left out.
Second. Any discussion?
Isaac, explain this 60 to 90. This is 60, 90 days for the council to make a decision, or what?
Yes. Yep, for the council to make a decision
60 to 90 days from what? Once they've had a hearing, or what?
from the filing of the petition. And I don't mind adding those additional language. I'll take that as a friendly amendment to add from the filing of the petition.
Well, actually, today it's 60 days.
Yes,
So why are you extending it to 90 days?
because we're now requiring them to hold a public hearing. We're requiring them to have a dialogue process. We're requiring them to do more things.
Oh, I see. Okay, so why did you say 90 days? Did you say,
Because I trust the council, that I want to give some flexibility, and I also know that Al wants
okay,
things
all right.
fast.
All right, okay, I hear you. Okay,
I set a parameter. If they want 66, this is just a recommendation. If we want to agree on a specific number and someone wants to make a friendly amendment, we can do that. I just thought we'd reach more consensus on a range.
okay. Anybody else want to speak about that? Al, yes or no?
I'm in favor.
Isaac,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
Yes, unanimous. Okay, next.
Shall it be recommended to the Greenfield City Council that the initial threshold to initiate a proceeding under 7-7 be 150 signatures?
Second. Any discussion? Okay. Al?
This is just 7-7,
Yes,
and did he say 100 signatures?
150.
150.
150, that's fine.
Catherine?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Did we get everybody? Okay, unanimous. Next.
Shall it be recommended to the Greenfield City Council that upon adoption of the amended version of the proposed measure, the petitioners committee should have 15 days to file a written notice signed by 6 members of said committee indicating the intent to bring the measure as a proposed ballot. Having failed to do so, the proposed measure shall be deemed approved as amended.
Second.
The purpose of this is to, as we discussed, is to sort of know that there's some finality, that the Citizens Committee would have 15 days to decide amongst themselves whether or not they want to take the next step. Otherwise, that process remains open for the totality of the period of time in which they have to collect signatures.
All right, I think that this motion should be voted down because we agreed on something different. So I'm going to recommend a no vote. Anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah, I think it doesn't make sense with the notes we've taken about what's going to happen after the public hearing. And if the petitioner certainly can't decide in 15 days what they're going to do if there hasn't even been a meeting, the so-called dialogue meeting. So I would vote against that.
Okay,
So this is after final vote of the council as amended, not subcommittee.
no, I think the group agreed that once the petitioners give it up at the A&O, it's there's no more of this. There's nothing that's going to change. So I mean, you could vote for it, Isaac. I'm not saying you can't, but I think we've all agreed on something different. It was an idea that would have started a conversation, but to end the
I'm
conversation,
happy to withdraw that motion.
you don't have to withdraw. Let's just vote it down. Derek, what do you think?
No.
Al, what's your vote? No?
No,
David's no. Isaac?
I'll abstain.
Catherine?
I'll say no.
Derek?
No.
You really want me to say no twice, huh?
Oh, yeah, no, I wanted you to say it 3 times. I apologize. It's late. Okay, next.
This is probably the most controversial. Shall it be recommended to the city council that the total number of signatures, including the original amount set forth in motion 5, which is 150, be set at 650? So that would be an additional 500 signatures.
Can we agree to pass that over and go to the next one, and then we'll go back
Yes.
to that?
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
I'm
Please do
sorry. Shall it be recommended that the time allotted for the collection of additional signatures be no more than the period of time set for action by the city council or school committee, but not less than 60 and not more than 90 days?
Didn't we just do that?
No, we took an action on how long it takes
Oh,
for the
this is
city
the
council to act.
supplemental?
This is how much time do they have to collect the supplemental? Yeah.
All right, but this is 7-7, correct?
Yes, this was in section 7-7. The 7-
Under,
Eight,
so
okay.
we should amend it to say under
Yeah.
7-7.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Anybody disagree with this?
I disagree. I prefer Al's language of not more than 45 days. I don't want to draw out the process. And so I don't think making them take 60 days to collect signatures is a good idea.
David, I can't, you switched the order here. If I knew what the number is I had to collect, I would scale the number of days to that. So if you, for example, if it was 450, which I would support, I would say 45 days. If it was 350, I would say 35 days. If it was 600, I would say 60 days. I mean, I can't answer this one until you tell me what the time is.
All right, so I'm gonna frame this differently because I'm trying to help you, Al, by getting these done so we can go back to having a more complicated conversation. So I'm trying to help you here, so bear with me.
I'm sure you are.
Huh?
Thank you.
Did you say you weren't sure if I was?
No, I'm sure you are.
Oh, okay. So I think that let's use 60 days, what's in the statute. What that means is that if you're in a big hurry, you can get it in before 60 days. But if you're not, if you can't get your act together, you get 60 days. Let's give people 60 days. You can bring it in earlier. You don't have to bring it in. And then the council, the honesty is, if it's 45, 60, 75, 100, the next election at the ballot, it's going to go on the ballot. It's probably going to be 6 months away anyway. So it's, so there's no, I think, why don't we just leave?
David, I'm open to a different number. I just put that there as a placeholder so that we could have a discussion about this.
I'm sorry, no less than 60 and no more than 90, right? Oh, so Catherine said she liked the 45. I'd like it to be big. I would support Isaac's motion just to make it, let people have all the time they need to get the signatures.
Right,
But
Well, can we
but
change it to
Isaac's
no
motion-
less than 45 days or something, so you get,
Well,
if
now
you
it's
get there
60,
early.
so just, can we leave it at 60? Just leave it at 60. 2 months. Yes, Catherine.
Isaac's motion is not just giving people 60 days. I support everything that you just said, David, that people should have 60 days. I'm fine with people having as much time as they need. I'm fine with people having 60 days. I just don't want to say no less than 60 days means that they have to take 60 days, right?
Oh, no, that's not what it's intended to mean. It means that the council shouldn't set a number less than 60 days. That's how it's intended. I apologize if that was not clear.
I mean,
Our recommendation is don't set a number less than 60.
the charter now reads not later than 60 days. So let's just, I would leave the charter. Just, this is like a little minnow in the discussions that we're having. It's like a little baby, this big. So let's vote. I vote no. Anybody else?
I think we should give a recommendation on a number. I'm not tied to what that number is. I'm okay with
So let's
if you
vote.
want to amend to 60.
Well, my motion would be, have it be that the number of days be the same as is currently in the charter. So I wouldn't be making any recommendation to change anything. in the charter.
I'll second that motion, that amendment to make a recommendation to keep the number at 60.
Have a second?
David, you're saying not later than 60 days. That's what you want?
Yeah, just leave it the way it is. We have so many other things to talk about. Let's just get through this. Okay. Al, what do you say?
I'm abstaining because I don't know the number of signatures.
Okay. Isaac,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
Catherine.
Yes.
All right. It seems like
The last motion.
I do, but before you do that, because it's the most, it's one that's going to get hot again. I want to say this about what we just did over the last half hour. Al went through a tremendous amount of trouble to write these two ordinances with a good faith effort. And I understand why he was pissed off. I just didn't want it to go too far. With an incredible good faith effort to meet our group halfway or further, which resulted in a conversation, which I heard, and I think you all heard, that we all agreed on how to amend section 7.7, except maybe for the numbers, which we're going to talk about now, but in concept. I don't have any problem with what you said, Isaac, about what you needed. Al, I don't have any problem with you feeling frustrated by suddenly this all going in another direction. And so if we're going to talk about the numbers next, I am going to make a motion that Al's documents be given weight in what the council considers to be the language. And because he, in my view, took the language in what's in the charter now, and he just added provisions, and we've deleted many of the provisions that he added by just adding the idea that there'd be a dialogue. So his proposal is really 7.7 all over again. And I feel like the shifting gears, and I could see Al's body language. I have a lot of, Al, I apologize for how it all went down. I know you're not used to meetings like this, but there was no way. I just wanted to get these other motions done because they had to get done. And now I'm going to circle back. If we're going to have a conversation about signatures, I am going to think hard about the fact that what Al did has to be incorporated into this discussion. Not everything he wrote. I'm not into the exact language that he wrote, but that's not the point. The point is that what he wrote deserves to be in the record in some form that has some value for the council going forward. And if there are objections to particular paragraphs, then let's note them. that we don't agree on them, but let's also recognize that the rest of the work has merit. So, okay, so now please, Isaac, read the motion.
Let me bring it back up. I'm sorry. Shall it be recommended the city council the total number of signatures, including the amount set forth in motion 5, which was 150, be set at 650? So
Second,
that would mean 500 for the supplemental.
all right, why did you pick 650?
I think I've articulated this a number of times before. I think it is
I forgot. Why don't you
yeah,
have-
I'm gonna reiterate. I think 150 and 500 signatures are numbers that are regularly used for ballot collection for candidates that people who collect signatures are familiar with. They know what's required to collect that many signatures, how much effort is. The whole purpose of this was to give clarity to those people who are considering a proposal to know what they would have to do. And they will have a real understanding of what that means based on experience in other ballot collection initiatives. I also think it is the middle ground and has been, I mean, I know we're missing a couple of committee members, but it has been the middle ground consistently throughout, with people who wanted much higher numbers and people who wanted much lower numbers. 650 has been dead even for throughout the entire months that we've been discussing this. I'm open to an amendment to this, but I'd like to make a final recommendation. We could also recommend a range of numbers and let the city council decide exactly what they want to pick. They're going to do it anyhow.
Al, can I let you go later in the discussion? Do you mind? I want to help you, so can I go first? Can I help you? If you want to
Hey,
go
go
first,
ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
There has been, I think the reality of the discussions that we've had, the back and forths, the things that Catherine called beating the dead horse, is that if we take the charter as it's written today, and we have the maximum amount of votes that would come out of a 10% of the people that show up for an election, and we codify it, it would be 600 for a mayoral election and maybe 250 for an off election. So the way that the chart is written now for 7-7, the 250 on the off election, 10% of 2,500 or 2,700 or whatever, brings it up to 325 in 7-8, and it also creates odd numbers. And if we're trying to do symmetry, then it's not really helpful to have those two different voting times control. So Al would argue that the most that would ever happen on a 10% of registered voters showing up for an election in the last 10 or 15 years is 600 people. So he wisely said, okay, I'll agree to 600 people. I'll throw 600 in there. I think that was a good faith effort. I think it was based on real numbers. It wasn't just a throwaway. It was real. It was, yeah, this is the maximum. I'm going to go with the maximum. But there's another perspective, which is that the charter used to be written as 5% of all registered voters. That number is more like 675 or 700. So if people are into the going back to the way it was, 675 or 700 is more that number. So you have 600 on one side, you have 675 to 700 on the other. Is 650 a compromise? So Al, are you willing to have 650 signatures be a compromise?
No.
And why is that?
Pardon me?
Why is that?
Why? The last time, in November of 21, when the No on One campaign was voted on, people walked away, rejected a 7.5% of total voters, and they voted to have the number remain the same, which is around at the time was around 338. I was convinced that the 10% of voters voting was likely to be between 500 and 600 signatures total this coming November, and I can believe that. After that, it will fall. The next election after that, which is a non-mayoral election, will probably be down in the back in the 300, 400 range. I'm fine with 600 being the total, with 450 being in the second amount. I've heard other people on this committee express some satisfaction with 450. So I don't want to end up with anything higher than 600. I feel like for me, I'm probably going to get more grief than any of you from the people who paid attention to this for basically almost doubling the amount of signatures required from the last time people did a referendum. I'm willing to put up with that, but I tried to explain what I think next November will be for the next 2 years. But I think that 600 is a significant number of signatures to get. 150 plus 450. It's not easy. It's hard work, and we ask a mayor to gather 100 signatures to run for mayor. I mean,
We've all heard the arguments, please.
well, you asked me to speak. I'm
I
trying to
do, but telling us that it takes 100 people to elect a mayor isn't going to help me understand why you're stuck at 600. Because
Well, Isaac just referenced that state reps have to gather 500 signatures. I mean,
Isaac, don't do that again, please. Come on.
How's that for
Right now, 600 is the number. So nobody's changing anything if we keep it at 600. 600 is the 10% of the people who show up for an election.
You talk about the total, David?
I don't know what you
600?
think you're conceding by having 600.
Are you talking about the total 600 or what?
Total, yeah.
Al, you continue to reference the referendum that the voters rejected 10% of all registered voters. And I agree with you, they did reject that. And I think they wanted a lower number, but 10% of all registered voters is 1,350. This is less than half of that.
No, hang on. No, wait, Isaac, the language that was in the statute when this vote took place in November was 10% of voters voting, not 10% of total voters. And they knew, and we told everybody it's 338 now, and they knew that. They knew it really well. And they rejected a higher figure. It wasn't 10% of total voters, Isaac.
All right. So Al, you're going to stand firm on 600, even though 650 is only 50 votes more. Okay.
You're going to stand. Somebody's going to stand for 650, which is only 50 more than what I want. You're 50.
Derek,
50
what do
votes
you have
away
to
from
say?
it.
I was going to say something along the same lines. We're arguing over 50 signatures. I think can we meet in the middle and just say it'd be 475?
No, I won't do it. No,
Yeah.
I think 650. I think 650 is actually in the middle between the original charter at 5% and what the charter is today at its maximum. It's absolutely the middle ground. It's a low number anyway, but it works. It's a lot lower than 7%. I think the community would vote for this in a heartbeat. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I could agree with the number presented by Isaac, because I've always been a little higher. And just to put it into reference, when the Spanish teacher at the middle school was kind of terminated from her position, my daughter got 100 signatures in 4 days. So,
All right. Again,
4 days. Putting it into perspective.
650 is a low number for me, but I'm willing to do it as a compromise. Go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, so my job, I was appointed to do this and hopefully will be elected to do this, but my job is to represent my constituents. And having conversations with people since the vote way back when it happened and recently, there is a strong sentiment that in between is the right place to be. I know that there's a group of people who really wants it low, and probably there's a group of people who really wants it high. But my job is to represent where I think most people come together. And that's why I will support this. And I also want to recognize, I know there's a frustration right now, like I feel kind of frustrated out from 600 versus 650, but I want to recognize everyone. Like Derek, earlier you were saying, I don't know what numbers you gave, but they were higher. And you just said, okay, I'll compromise down. And David, you led you worked really hard to keep the other place. And Al, you moving to the middle, like it's a huge, it's a victory. I know we're frustrated right now, and Al, you might stay frustrated and you might vote against this, but the fact that everyone's come toward the center on this, I think is like what our responsibility is in representing what is in the good of the whole. And also please, and I'm grateful to hear you, Derek, saying that you will agree with this. I'm just saying, please, let's have a specific number, even if it's 4 yes, 1 no. Please, let's have a specific number, because I do not want to give this any more thought after tonight. I don't want it to be I don't want a range on city council. I want.
I don't think we're gonna have a consensus
done.
vote on this.
No,
but-
me neither.
and I'd like the vote to note that Al wanted 600 instead of 650, so people could see what the difference, the council could see what the difference is. If the council wants to go to 600, that's up to them, but I can't vote for 600 myself, so.
Well, that's at this point, that's of little consolation to me. I mean, I've come up so far to get to where you are, and now you're quibbling with me over 50 signatures.
Yeah, well,
Well,
that's the
there
way
are
it
4
works
of us
sometimes.
saying it the other way to you, Al, that you're quibbling with us over 50 signatures.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
right.
it's, you know,
That's right.
but we don't need to, that's a sentiment that everybody, we can just poke that, you can poke each
But
other. in
David,
the
I
eye all
can't,
night.
but David, your numbers. I don't know what to say, because I don't feel like I can articulate what you've just done.
Why?
And you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave it there. You know what I'm talking about. When we talk about 450 and 150, 600. You know, my assumption that I was on safe ground saying that that's where we were. And I'm not gonna say anything further. I have to vote against this because I feel like I've been fooled into thinking that that was what it was gonna be.
Well, that's too bad.
It is.
Once upon a time, I got fooled too, Al. So go ahead,
I
Catherine.
just want to add one more thing for the record, which is that I felt very strongly that there should be no more than 100 votes per precinct.
All right.
And that was where I was okay with 600 votes. And I hear you, Alan, not wanting that. And therefore, I'm willing to let go of that and continue to compromise and move to the 650. So I want to make
Catherine,
sure.
I think at one point you were at 50 votes per precinct.
Okay, I'm tired. I wanted a certain,
Yeah, you
Okay.
wanted 50 votes per precinct minimum, and that's
Now you're
And then
too
I-
above-
I
too
think there
above-
was an iteration somewhere where I changed that, but I wanted representation of precincts and
I
I'm letting
understand.
go of that. And that's, I'm not going to quibble over numbers with you, Al, but I will say that there was an intent there that I'm letting go of in voting for this.
No, I appreciated that you gave that up. You asked me why, and I told you, and you gave it up, which was nice.
Negotiation.
But here we are.
We're talking about 50 votes. All right, Al, do you agree or disagree?
I can't vote for 650. I'm gonna get
Okay,
bad enough. I cannot vote for that.
All right, Catherine,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
David, yes.
David,
Okay.
at this point, I think it'd be appropriate for Catherine to make her motion about having that dialogue meeting in subcommittee so that we can incorporate that.
But I want there to be a motion that says that the language that Al put out there is going to be incorporated and used by the city council as a basis for beginning their conversation.
David, I don't know what that means, to be honest.
All right, well, in any event, let's do Catherine's motion first.
Okay. Shall it be recommended to the Greenfield City Council that after the public hearing to discuss the citizens initiative, the city, a city council or school committee subcommittee selected by the chair or president, host a dialogue meeting with the citizens petition after the public hearing and before the body takes a vote.
Second.
Say it again, please.
Shall it be recommended to the Greenfield City Council that after the public hearing in either the city council or the school committee to discuss the citizens initiative, the subcommittee of the council or the school committee appointed or selected by the chair or the president have a meeting in which they have a dialogue with the Citizens Initiative Committee.
And then,
Second.
after that meeting, the committee will take it upon themselves to vote and recommend to.
Agreed, yes.
Say that again, David, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not thinking very straight.
I think they have to do that anyway. I would wait, David. I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. Second. Any discussion? All right. Al,
I'm in favor.
Derek,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes.
David, yes.
I have one additional motion. I would move that Al's drafted preamble be recommended to be included in the charter for 7-7 and 7-8. I think we had all agreed on that previously.
Second. Any discussion?
I'm fine with that. And I'll just want to name, I don't think we're gonna be able to, I hear what you're saying, David, and I really agree with intent. I'm grateful that you're working hard to find agreement and to acknowledge and respect the work that Al has done. And I don't know that we're gonna come to an agreement on that language, but I'll say I've spent a lot of time with this language, and I think overall it's really, really good. And so I'm repeating myself that I want to start with most of it as a draft, like and what we bring to.
Well, we really haven't. Have we addressed 7-8 at all in any of this discussion?
No,
We have. We voted for a bifurcated process, and we voted for a mirrored numbers. So yes, we have addressed 7-8.
In the total numbers, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. There's a motion to accept Al's language. Al, you accept it?
which language are you talking about? I don't know what preamble means.
Introduction?
The one that's on the document that was sent out was saying corrected version on it?
Yes.
That introduction?
Yes.
7-7 and 7-8?
Yes.
I mean, this is all innocuous, but is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes? Catherine
Yes.
is saying yes, David?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Derek? How do you
Yes.
vote? I'll ask you again. Catherine, how do you vote?
Yes.
Isaac, how do you vote?
Yes.
Al, how do you vote?
I just voted.
Did you? Yes, okay. All right, I would like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that in 7-8, that the timeline for getting signatures be increased from 30 days to 37 days. And that the language that I wrote in, that I sent you from the Charter Committee 2020 that gave the lawyer 3 days and the clerk, the lawyer 4 days and the clerk 3 days to get documents together for that committee to hand it to them, so that in essence, it would be 7 days to 7 days to get everything together, and then the committee would be able to go out for 30 days to get those 650 signatures. And that any delay caused by the lawyer or the clerk's office in meeting those numbers of 4 and 3 would mean that the time period for bringing the signatures back would be increased by each day that there's a delay.
Second.
Comments?
Please.
The language that I proposed made it very clear that nothing that the lawyer did and nothing that the clerk did would take away from the time that the petitioners had to gather their signatures. And David, you told me that you supported that concept.
I do.
And now we're having to back out. It's not really 37 days, it's 30. And 30 days to gather 650 signatures, unreasonable. You know, it's just unnecessarily difficult to gather 150, and then you're going to have 400, 500. I guess is what we have now, 500 for the second phase, the bifurcated phase.
No, the bifurcated phase is 60 days.
So you're talking about, talking about 30 days.
The only place that you were harmed by the additional 50 votes was in 7-8. I just gave you 7 more days than is now in the statute, and now in the charter. So
You're talking
get
about for
30 full
150, you're talking
days.
about 150? Is that what we're talking about here, 150?
Now, listen to me, I know it's late. In 7-7, it's 150 and then 500, 60 days to get 500 signatures for this for the initiative petition. For the 7-8, since we agreed to have symmetry, the 650 votes would be in 7-8, but because you and I had talked about the fact that 30 days was too short, I'm saying that instead of it being 30 days, it would be 37 days, and you would time the lawyer and the clerk for 7 days. And if they go beyond those days, then the 30 days gets extended by any day that they're late, but that now the committee has a full 30 days. The way it's written today, even with your 600 signatures, if that were the number, the lawyer and the clerk could take their sweet time and hand those things over to the committee whenever they feel like it, but you still have to get all those signatures back in 30 days, whether it's 325 signatures or it's 600 signatures.
Well, you've lost, wait a minute, you lost me. The 150, I thought we were talking about, if we're talking about the initial 150 in 30 days, that's doable. But that's not, I don't think that's what you're talking about.
I don't accept your bifurcated 7-8. I don't accept.
We just voted for a bifurcated. You did, I didn't, but you just voted for a bifurcated.
I know I did, but I'm making another motion to give the council some information. And the bifurcation could be that once the measure comes in, then there's a chance for there to be a committee that talks to the council. There's no room in a referendum for people to come before the council like there is an initiative. First, you have to get your 650 signatures. Then you have power. Then you come before the council and you say to the council, we got 650 signatures. Are you going to change it or are you not? And if they don't, then
why did you vote? Why did you vote for bifurcated? You're just now reversing that. Why did you do that?
I'm not sure
I
he
told you
did.
I didn't agree with it, but I'll let the council figure it out. If they want to bifurcate it, fine. But I think the way the Charter 7-8 is written now, should be 650 votes for 37 days. That's not inconsistent.
And you're ignoring the language that was discussed about giving, in the language that I gave you for this meeting, we took out the lawyers, gave them some time. We took out the clerk, gave her some time, and then we started the clock. And I would like to see for a number like 600, honestly, I would like to see 60 days. For 450, which is what I wanted.
Talking about for
45 days.
60 days?
45 days. I just don't understand this
All right, Kathy,
back
go.
and forth.
I'm now feeling confused for a couple of reasons. David, you did vote for a bifurcated process, and now I'm hearing you say you don't support that, and I really want clarity in what I'm shepherding through to the council. And this part of Al's piece has been before us for a while. Al just sent us this blue language trying to make the language legal.
No, but the idea that we would have 150 signatures and 450 signatures in 7-8 has never come up until this last 2 weeks.
Right, it hasn't, but we have had Al's language, and we just voted for a bifurcated process. Often things come before council with 2 weeks of knowledge. So I want to make sure that what I'm bringing forward and what Derek and I are bringing forward is clear, and I'm hearing two different things.
Yes, you are.
And
So
I don't know what to do
And
about
you
that.
also wanted symmetry, which you're
Yeah.
now not doing.
No, the symmetry was in the number of votes. It wasn't.
Yeah,
in
and
the-
that is, I just looked at the question. The vote was on symmetry of numbers. but we also did vote to have a bifurcated process,
Right.
7-8.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
I will withdraw my second.
Good
Can
luck.
I
at
weigh in for a second?
Good luck at 9:21 discussing a bifurcated 7-8.
Can I
Who
just?
wants to start that conversation?
I would. Al, I mean, David, part of the problem of why we haven't discussed 7.8 is throughout this entire sort of committee process, you have repeatedly said over the objection of many members that we can't discuss 7.8, even though it's part of what we were appointed to do. So that's why we didn't have a lot of discussion on 7.8. I do believe there should be a bifurcated process on 7-8. There should be a process that's a minimum number of signatures. It should be a short amount of time for 100 that allows people to come back to the council for a citizen initiated motion for reconsideration, right? I think that should be 150 votes, symmetry. And we should talk about how long that is. I have no problem with 30 days for that. And then an additional 30 days after the action of the council. That's what I would propose. And I would make that as a motion.
I would second that.
And of course, I would also add David's language about that. I think everyone agrees that any delay by the clerk or the town attorney should not be counted against the petitioners.
So tell me how the bifurcated, give me an example of how the bifurcated would work.
Yeah, so the city council of its own initiative passes a noise ordinance and a group of citizens says, that's ridiculous. I want to run my chainsaw at 2 a.m. as much as I want. And so they file a motion, they file a 7-8 petition, ask for the council to reconsider their vote, change their mind. It goes back to the council. The council has one opportunity to vote and reconsider after hearing that this may be going to the ballot. They're not likely to change their mind, but they have an opportunity to. And then if the council does not change their vote, the citizens can go out and collect the additional 500 votes and put it on the ballot. That's how I see it happening. The example I'm giving is probably not a good one, but there could be one where there is information that did not come to light during the whole public deliberation that might be brought to the council afterwards that might change their mind. Or, as you know, many, many times, individual councilors who have filed motions for reconsideration, within 1 month, councilors have changed their mind and changed the votes.
Okay, so tell me the time frame. So the time frame for the 150 is how long?
30 days.
So there's 30 days to file it. Does the council have to meet the next month?
Council meets every month anyway.
No. Does the council have to take this up immediately at the next?
Yes, immediately.
And then if the council says no, then 500 votes in 30 days to put it on the ballot?
That's correct.
By the way, the language I gave you, which apparently was not read because you didn't have enough time. It says within 30 days after the mail receipt from the city clerk of the petition certification, step B. I don't want to deal, you say 30 days, but then subtract the lawyer's time, it's really 23 days. So, I mean, I want to stop playing that game. I mean, the language that I suggested makes it clear that you have 30 clean days. What I suggested.
Well, I think we all agree with you. I think everybody agrees with you, 30 clean days.
Well, that's a clarification that I want noted because.
Yeah, that's my motion.
And then as far as the second, they also put in my writing that for 450, the supplementary, I wanted 45 days. To give another 30 days for signatures that are 3 times what you gathered on the front end just makes no sense at all.
Al, the reason why I wouldn't give you an additional more time is because you still can be collecting while the council is continuing to deliberate. So you not only do you have the 30 days and the 30 days after the council acts, you also have all the time in between. And so you don't really need that additional time.
That may be what you would do, but who knows what anybody would do? They might think, well, we might reach an agreement. Well, we don't have to go out and do this awesome thing of knocking on doors.
Well, it depends on how committed you are, I think.
Well, I don't.
People might act in different ways. I agree with you.
I think everybody's got to give up a little in this conversation, so that's how we're going to get to the finish line. All right, so the motion is 30 days, council meets the next period, 30 days after that, clerk and lawyer's time is not considered the days, and that's the motion.
So David,
Al.
30 days together, 150, 30 days together, 450. Does that make sense to you?
Gather 500, actually.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 500. Yeah, 500.
yes,
30
it makes
days
sense.
for 150, 30
Yes.
days for 500. What we're doing makes no sense here.
Al, it's more than 30 days.
Al, the
Because
dates,
it's 30 days from when the council takes action. So you have all of the time in between.
it's actually
you
90
commit-
days, it's actually 90 days from the date the vote was taken. So the library would be sitting around for 90 days waiting for this to get on the ballot and tell their funder that this is what's going to happen. I'm not happy about the 90 days, but I see the spirit of what's being presented to me and I'm willing to vote for it. So
Well, wait a minute. Are we saying that you have 90 days to gather 500
now you
signatures?
have 100, you have 30 days to gather 150, you have 30 days to wait out the council, and then you have another 30 days to get 500 votes. So you have 90 days to figure out how to get people motivated and getting signatures.
Well, you've just made the interim period where we're supposed to be possibly negotiating a settlement. That's gone. I mean, people are going to have to be gathering signatures all during that period. They don't do
No,
that. We haven't ever had a supplementary, we have never had a bifurcated referendum process in our charter.
And the fact that it's going to be suggested means that we all have to find the place that we can all compromise as to what we feel we can all live with as a group. So it's time to vote.
We're asking you, Al, to collect more signatures. So we're trying to give you the room to do that.
Exactly.
You're what? Say that again?
We're asking you to collect more signatures. So we're trying to give you the room to do that.
What room are you giving me? You talking about the room
90 days.
while we're having negotiations going on, discussions?
There's
going
no
on?
there's no negotiation. There's only whether or not the council rescinds its motion. It's an up or down vote.
No. Oh, if I'm not sure that that's accurate. If we're having processes that reflect each other currently Al's language that we have had for a while is the public hearing and a conversation. So that's a separate question.
That doesn't happen in 7-8. That's only in 7-7.
It's written in Al's proposal. So
Yeah, but we have public hearings before things are passed. It doesn't make sense to do that in referendum because you've already had a public hearing before the council initially passed a measure. In not in all cases, but in most cases.
Wait a minute. Now
Certainly there've been public meetings.
symmetry is now gone, right? You're saying bifurcate.
the actual vote about symmetry, the actual vote about symmetry was symmetry of numbers. We voted to have it bifurcated. We voted on symmetry of numbers. We voted on a bifurcated process. We didn't actually vote on symmetry of process, but I'm asking that question and naming your language in order that we all have as much clarity about what we want coming out of this tonight.
Well, if you're gonna, I mean, I think the public is gonna look at this as, you want me to go out and get 150 signatures in 30 days. And then you want me to go out and get 500 signatures in 30 days.
What is the
Which is harder because they have to be different signatures than the first round.
And what is the original? Does anyone have the charter right now? What is the existing language? How much
It's
time?
30 days. 30 days, not including anything.
So the current charter language gives people 30 days, and we're giving, let's say it's not while the discussions are happening, there's a disagreement here about whether we count that time. But right now we're giving 60 solid days to collect 650 signatures, whereas before we were giving 30 days. That's what the proposal is. Is that right?
Yes, how about, if there are two options? One option is that you want to get 150 people to ask the council to reconsider, which they do anyway when you file today. They have to vote again before it goes on the ballot. They get one more shot at it. Yeah, under the referendum, you go to the council, they get one more shot. If they don't change their minds, it goes to the ballot.
Is that what happened with Safe City?
Yes, it is.
And it
Okay.
happened with the library and it happened with all the ones. Yeah.
Okay. Mhm.
I remember it happened with the biomass.
I'm
So
also,
Isaac, your motion about 60 days, that refers to what? A minimum of 60 days. What did that refer to?
that was not passed.
That was
That
not
we
passed?
said it, well, I said a minimum of 60, no more than 90, but the group, I believe, kept the language that exists now, which is 60 days.
And
So
then 60 days from when?
that was related to 7-7, and that was from the file, I think, from the filing of the petition for the council to take action.
From the date the council takes action.
So that has nothing to do with signature gathering.
No, you're actually asking the council to act faster than it takes you to collect the signatures.
The 60-day, the 30-day period to gather 500 signatures. When does that start?
That starts at the same time that the 30-day, from the moment the council initially rejects the measure and you get the paperwork back from the town clerk, from that day, you have 30 days to collect 150 signatures. And then you can keep collecting. You don't have to stop. But the council has to, at their next meeting, vote yes or no on it. But 30 days after they finish that vote, you have to complete the total of 650, including the original 150. So an additional 500, which can include the time that the council is waiting for their meeting, which can be up to 30 days.
But so the whole notion of a dialogue is in 7-8 is that while this is being discussed by a committee and petitioners committee is being brought in to talk, all during that period, you're going to have to be out gathering signatures because you can't 30 days for 500 signatures is way beyond anything we've ever asked voters to do.
I don't believe in a dialogue for a referendum. I think the dialogue should have taken place before the council passed it, that there were opportunities prior to weigh in to the council. This is just giving notice to the council that this item may be going to the referendum if it's passed.
Well, so I don't, there's no bifurcated system in 6, 7, 8 then. I don't understand what you're doing. There's no bifurcated system. Why are
It
we?
allows the council to reconsider. It doesn't necessarily give you a right to have a conversation about it. It
Oh my
allows
God.
the council the right to reconsider.
These things are not symmetrical at all in process. So for some reason, we're making them symmetrical in numbers, but not symmetrical in process, which the whole point is symmetry means, you know, the numbers are the same and the process is the same, and the people can understand that when they pick it up and read it. And now you've jumbled it.
Al,
So-
I'm happy to withdraw my motion and allow it to stand at 30 days as David wants. You know, if that's really your problem, but I'm
No, it's
trying
not
to
my
help
pro-
the
That's not my
group.
problem.
I'm
Alright,
trying to
hey,
help
hey.
the group who
Alright.
has voted to have a bifurcated process, which I'm okay with, and I
Okay.
think is appropriate.
Let's define bifurcated process. Al.
Yeah.
I think you would like to see in 7-8 a process where the 150 signatures gives a petitioners committee an opportunity to come before the council, just like in 7-7, and have a dialogue with the council
Correct,
about why they should reconsider what they're doing.
correct.
And then, so the only thing that's missing from, so they have this conversation. The committee says, thank you very much, Al and your group. You got your 150 signatures. We had our dialogue. They go back to the city council and they vote the same way.
Yeah, maybe, but they also have the possibility, David, that they
I know,
will vote
I know,
to make an amendment.
I know what the possibilities are, but if they vote no bifurcation means you have to then go out and get 500 signatures to put it on the ballot.
Well, but what I'm saying is that if you want these systems, these two to work in parallel, which is what a number of people told us, it wasn't just the number in parallel, it was the process.
No,
And then what I've proposed is that the referendum petition gathering, I think I put 30 days after mail receipt. And then for the second phase, for the signature gathering afterwards, supplemental petitions, 45 days to gather 450 signatures. The same thing that I wrote for the 7-7. I wrote language that really mirrored each other as much as possible. These now don't mirror each other at all. And we've got the same number in the bifurcated. I don't even know what you mean by bifurcated process. Now, Isaac is saying that there won't be a discussion.
okay, I understand. Can't you just let's help us get to the place that we need to go.
Read my
Now,
language.
The difference, well, it's the
As
difference
George Bush
between
said,
what Isaac is
Read
saying.
my language.
Yeah, I understand your language and I understand what you're saying. So how do the others feel about the idea that in a referendum mode, 150 signatures would be gathered in a period of time? Let's call it 30 days. As a result of that petition, the city council committee has to meet with that group within the next 30 days to talk about whatever they need to talk about, have their dialogue. They come back to the city council and they decide how they're going to proceed and they vote. As a
David,
result-
I personally would be opposed to that because, first of all, I think the deliberation should have taken place prior to the initial vote of the council. And secondarily, I think that stretches out the process too long. I think that adds another whole 60 days because you have to have a subcommittee meeting and a full council meeting, right? And so you're now stretching out the passage of something even further, plus the signature gathering on the other side. I think it's too much. I have no problem if you want to eliminate the bifurcated process on 7-8 and just go to 650 votes and the council has to vote up or down the way it is now. I can live with that. But I'm trying to I think it makes more sense to have the bifurcated process, give them some time, give them some opportunity to weigh in with counselors and make their case, not necessarily in a council meeting, but in the court of public opinion, in reaching out to their individual counselors, in trying to change individual counselors' minds, because people have already deliberated and voted on this once. It's not the same as the initiative petition, which has never been considered. And so I don't think it takes that lengthy dialogue process.
And I understand what you're saying.
We wanted to make, I tried to make these two mirror each other. And if you look at section G of 7-8, let me just read it to you because nobody's reading what I wrote here.
It's right here, Al. I am reading it.
Thank you, but you said one person has read
Okay,
it.
so don't say no
Read
one's.
it?
Okay, you
Go
have read
ahead.
it. Thank you,
Go
Catherine.
ahead.
I know you read it and you had plenty of time to read it, which is great. Supplementary petitions. If the city council or the school committee are unable to agree upon an amended measure with the petitioners committee, not later than 45 days after the date a referendum petition has been rejected by the city council or the school committee, a supplemental referendum petition may be filed with the city council or the city clerk by the petitioners committee as determined in section 7-8A. The petitioners committee is authorized to use the supplemental petitions that they had used in the first referendum signed by 450 additional voters. So that's, and then it says not later than 15 days after the filing of the petition, the Board of Registrars will ascertain that they've reached it, and then the city council submits it to the voters. So the difference here is between my suggestion for 45 days for 450 and yours for 30 days, the same that you did for 150. I just don't, how do you explain to people that 150 is okay on the front end, but when you have to get 500, it's the same number? How do you explain that to people?
Al, you can collect all 650 in the first 30 days if you want.
Well, that
never
says-
have
that-
to stop.
That doesn't happen. I mean, you know, it's like you get your 150, you go in, and maybe you
Well,
get.
that's bad campaigning, Al.
All right, wait a minute. Let me put this concept out. Al, I don't think it's correct to say that the symmetry between 7.8 and 7.7 is a divided process. When I thought of bifurcation, I thought of what I had suggested, which was that after a large group of people submit a petition saying they're going to have a referendum, that they be given an opportunity to say to the city council, we've got 650 people that have signed a petition. Are you guys willing to reconsider this vote, knowing that if you don't, we're going to the ballot? And that gives the council something to think about. That's my idea of bifurcation. The referendum vote is if the referendum vote was spread out the way you suggest, every vote by the city council would never reach closure. You would just keep going on and on and on and on. The city council would lose any ability to take a vote on anything without feeling like only 150 people could come in, and next month we got other business to do. Now we have to focus on this thing that we already voted on. It really doesn't, I know in theory that you like it, and I thought about it, and I thought about it hard. It's not like I don't like the idea of people coming together to try to do stuff in the way that you're suggesting. But it really stops the council from doing its business. There has to be a finality to the vote. And if people want to referendum it, that's fine. That's a finality. This measure is no longer approved. It's going on the ballot. What's next? What's next on our agenda?
David, I just read the language that had a very finality time frame to it. If the
Spreading
city
it
council,
out 45 days and
45 days versus 30 days, really big deal. You talk about
Okay,
15 days difference.
Maybe I'm just so dense that I don't understand.
What on earth in the greater scheme of things? I remember Isaac coming up to me after the vote in November, and he said, the difference between yes on one and no on one was whatever, 100 votes or something. What's wrong with you people? And he just laughed, and I thought, well, there's some truth to that. You know what? I mean, the fact that I'm here saying 45 days, and I've been saying it for quite a while, for 450 signatures. What's the big difference between saying, okay, we'll give them a little bit more time to gather 500 signatures now, as opposed to 150?
I'd be more willing to give you 45 days to get 650 signatures and just get it the hell over with than I would to bifurcate.
I have no
Okay,
objection.
but that's fine with me, David, but then you have absolutely no dialogue about it's again, we're back to this paper timetable process with no
I'm
dialogue.
very happy after 45 days of getting 650 signatures for people to be given a chance to sit in front of a committee and tell them what they think, because they now have 650 signatures in their pocket, and either the city council is going to listen or it's going to go to the ballot. Boom. But your time frame is a little too drawn out. That's all I'm saying. I love it.
2 weeks, David. David, you're 2 weeks different than I don't really get it. I'm pleading for a little bit longer time for people to be able to knock on those doors to get the signatures so they don't
You know
fail.
what the word
Al,
compromise means?
Al, I offered you 90 days.
Oh,
He's
you're talking about
45
working
days.
through. You're talking about working through a process that I don't even know what
Yes.
process you're.
Yes,
referring
work.
to.
Do some work.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Isaac. Do some
Welcome.
work.
Derek, you have anything to say? Except good night.
Yeah, I have to get up for work at 4 a.m, so if we could finish this up soon.
I would like that too. Go ahead, Catherine.
I believe, so there's two things. We're arguing over the numbers to collect signatures, and we do not have agreement about whether to add the public hearing and the dialogue into the referendum process. And I don't know that we're going to get agreement on that tonight. And I don't think we're going to get agreement on that ever. I just want to say, I'm thinking about my words here. I'm imagining being on council and having gone through, I am committed, and I don't know that I've proven that to you, Al, yet. It doesn't appear that way. But I am committed to dialogue. It's a very strong value of mine, and I think the record will stand of how
I agree. Catherine, I agree with you.
Okay, so you said there will be absolutely no dialogue. I am imagining being in a process in which an ordinance has been proposed. We have gone through the public hearing. We have listened to constituents. You said absolutely no dialogue. The record will stand that many of us are listening and responding and eliciting dialogue, looking for it. I would want, and I don't think we're going to get there on a vote or ever with this group tonight, or I would theoretically love to have a public hearing and a dialogue, but I'm just imagining myself in that place with you, Al. And I don't have the bandwidth. We are volunteers. We get $2,000 with taxes taken out. I hope I'm not quoted on this because I'm exhausted at the end of this process and it's almost 4 hours in. But I want, in theory, to support these things that you're asking for, Al. But I don't know how to do that in reality. I just want to communicate that to you. Maybe I should make that off the record, but and that's why actually I did abstain on the symmetry. I'm not convinced about that these should be precisely the same. And so I don't really care how many, if you all are saying 90 days, I'm fine with that.
So why don't we just leave it where we're at? You've got a agreement that both need to be bifurcated. Let the council figure it out. We can't figure it out.
I just don't know what
Yeah, I don't know.
You
We
just
don't even
asked
agree
me,
on
but
what bifurcated means.
wait, Al, stop for a sec, please. And David, this is a request from me being the one stewarding this through. You said we had a bifurcated process and we'll let council decide. That basically means me and Derek bringing that through. And I'm not sure what to do with that at this point. I'm just looking, like I said, to you for precision because I want to represent the spirit of this group. And I don't want to be deciding what bifurcated means after this.
Al, can I ask a question, Val? Al, would you prefer to have a single in 7A, forget 7-7, because we've already decided what that's like. In 7-8, would you like to have a single period of time to collect signatures? Is that what you're saying? Or would you like?
At this point, I'm fine with having just one signature gathering, no discussion with anybody. 650 signatures is unreasonable, but I can never, would never support, the amount of time that you're giving people is just ridiculous. And
Are you okay with the 45 days that Dave proposes?
The 45 days that
collection?
what?
The 45 days that Dave is proposing.
How many days do you want, Al? How many days do you think?
I wanted to have, if you're gonna ask me to do 600 signatures, or 650, I think we're up to.
Yep.
I'd like a total of at least 55, 60 days to do that.
Okay.
That's the first time you have ever said that. 45 days was just like you're.
Well,
David,
So
45 days was 450. You get the symmetry. 35 days for 350. 45 days for 450.
Please stop
55 days for
please stop
550.
throwing symmetry at me.
So let me
it's not-
suggest-
my symmetry and your symmetry are different.
Dave, let me suggest this. Actually, what Al's proposing is less time than what I was proposing because mine interrupted it for council action. I'm okay with 60 days for the 650 signatures. Understanding that the council is going to be on notice from the clerk already that there's a petition being collected, and they can of their own accord bring something back. Someone can collect.
Yeah, but nothing happens, Isaac, until the 60 days is over and the petition is filed. So now you got 90 days. This council's not going to vote on anything for 90 days.
hold on, David.
The same amount of time either way.
I think that we actually got to where we want to be with what Al just said. If I'm understanding this correctly, Al, you just said you're okay with one period of time, make it simple, and you'd
Mhm.
like it to be 60 days. What we have here is we were doing 30 plus 45 plus a process potentially in between, which is more than 60.
So I'm okay with that. I,
Thank you.
I move that, I would take that as a friendly amendment to my motion.
Well, could you restate your motion, please?
Yeah, my motion would be that the bifurcated process as to 7-8.
No, Isaac, no
Not
no
exi-
supplemental petitions in 7-8.
Yeah, there would be no, that 7-8, the bifurcated process would only apply to 7-7. And that the total period of time to collect the 650 signatures would be 60 days.
Can I make a friendly amendment, Isaac? Instead of the words bifurcated system, which clearly don't make sense, supplemental petitions would apply to 7-7 and not 7-8. Because that's a term of art in
That's-
statute.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
I'm grateful for what just happened. I think that just got simplified and
So let me get this straight, Catherine, Derek, and Isaac. You're willing to give a group of people 60 days to collect 650 signatures for a referendum petition.
yes.
Yes.
And then once it's filed, the council has a chance to reconsider, which would be another 30 days.
Yes.
Well,
And understand that this may hold up things like the library,
yeah.
but I'm okay with
Well,
that.
that's not important. So let's just throw that aside.
I'm just saying, big projects could be held up by this if they're controversial.
You also,
I feel like I will not acknowledge in this whole time that it's hard to get 650 signatures in 30 days. So I'm never going to acknowledge it to the day I die. However, if you all who are the leaders of our community, and this is how we're going to go forward, if you think that the 60 days is going to work, then who am I to stand in the way?
can you tell me, I haven't heard that you were opposed to that. There may be something I'm not aware of.
I
Dave
think
wanted
that the
25
whole
days.
point of a referendum petition, at least the traditional feeling of it, was that it had to be hard to get signatures. Otherwise, every time the city council votes, people are just going to go out and referendum you. So if you give people 30 days to get their butts out there and get these signatures, if people really care that this is a bad issue, they'll sign the petition. And if they don't care, they won't. And then the thing will never go forward. If you give people 60 days to sign a petition, it's not going to be hard to do. Sooner or later, you're going to get 650 people who are going to say, yeah, give me the petition. What do I care? I mean,
Have you ever done that, David? Have you ever gathered 600 signatures?
Al, I'm not going to vote against it, but I'm on the record that I don't agree with it. So that's.
No, you asked, I'm gonna have you sit down with Al Collins, David, who did the campaign for the marijuana, and have him tell you how hard it was for him to get 400 or 500 signatures and how many weeks it took him to do that.
Yeah, but that was Al, that was 3 blocks of people that were pissed off.
No,
That wasn't the whole community.
that made it, David, that made it easier for him, but he had to tell
All right,
people.
you don't have to beat me up because I'm going to vote for it. But
I'll let him beat
I
you
don't
up.
like it.
I'll let Al beat you up. He would probably love to tell you about why he would say 500 is ridiculous.
I don't have to-
650 signatures in 60 days?
I think we're arguing over our agreement. Can we vote?
Certainly. So what's the motion is that now we have a new 7-8 that says that. Al,
One
so
gathering.
Al, are you agreeing to 650 if we do the 60 days?
Yes.
Well, hallelujah.
No supplemental signatures. Just a straight out gathering of 650 signatures in 60 days.
brings us even further into consensus on everything. I applaud us for.
Well, Isaac, you're okay with that?
I am.
And Derek, you're okay with that?
Yes.
And of course, I see Catherine is okay with it, and I know Al's okay with it. I will not stand in the way. I will make it unanimous.
I move that we had just adjourn and disband.
Well, before that, I understand everybody wants to get out of here, but we still have, let's say we have 4 more minutes. How is all of this, so we're gonna have minutes of this meeting. What are we gonna do? How's this gonna get presented to the city council?
The minutes are going to go from the city clerk to the city council.
Right, but we're not gonna, are we gonna convene to approve the minutes?
I have something else that I need to say.
Sure.
That I'm very hesitant to bring up,
Yeah.
but it's an unresolved issue.
Yeah, I have one too, Catherine. Go
And I
ahead.
think it might be the same because I know Al's gonna bring it up and I don't want it to land on my plate. And I'm sorry because I want to support, I want to vote in favor of your motion, Isaac.
I'll withdraw.
What are you gonna withdraw?
It's, well, the motion to
To
close,
adjourn. Yeah, hang on,
Al's
Isaac.
going to ask about,
Oh, yeah, okay. I don't think anybody
Approving or-
seconded it. Okay, go ahead.
is the question that hasn't been resolved is on approving or disapproving.
Yes.
I think that's a legal question.
Approving or disapproving what?
So
The-
Al
the,
wants,
I want a referendum to be able to be brought for citizens after council has approved or disapproved of a measure. Because they both have the same impact. You know, you either, you had a new library, you don't have a new library. You had a noise ordinance, you didn't. They're both tangible results that people could be upset by. They should have the right. The library people should have had the right, if they had lost at the city council and had only 8 votes, they should have had the right to have a referendum on that vote. And under the current council ordinance, they would not have had it. So I'm
Is there
asking
any
for,
other council? Is there any other city that allows that? I don't believe there is.
No,
I
no,
don't-
because again, I've learned a lot from this process. Al, I want to give you credit for moving my thinking, not totally, but enough. I think that the arcane system saw the initiative and the referendum, like I said, as being kind of these things that kind of were organic. And so you had your remedies one way or the other. And so the disapproval, it meant something, you had to take another path. I've tried to get a legal opinion on it. I would vote on a motion if it's legal, that we add disapprove or approve to 7-8. I would absolutely support that. I think you need a legal opinion. It's not.
so David, that brings up the issue that I think is also of concern to you. And I stated it in the foreword, that everything, when the council, and this is really Catherine for you and Derek, when the council actually comes up with language, we recommend that all the language be vetted by an attorney, the city attorney, to answer, conclusively, is it possible to do disapprovals as well as approvals? So I would like to make a motion that we allow approval and disapproval of a referendum vote in 7-8. And that it go to be vetted by an attorney,
I
city
second.
attorney.
Second.
So I just want to weigh in a little bit about what the difference is. Because Al, you say there is no difference, but when the council passes a measure, that means life has changed. When a council doesn't pass a measure, that means everything exists exactly as it did before. And so nothing has changed. And so you have, if you choose not to do an initiative process, if you choose to put your faith in the city council, and then the city council doesn't come through for you, well, that's your opportunity after they fail to do it for you to start the initiative process. That's the answer.
Right. No, it's not the answer, because here's the difference. If you go back to the referendum on the library, go back to the library vote at the council on March 20th of 2019. If the council had failed to get 9 votes that day, they would have had no right to appeal the decision of the city council to reject a new library. And there would have been no ability to have a referendum on that. And they frankly, maybe they could have tried to start an initiative petition, but that wasn't going to work. They were sunk. That project was dead. If people on the French King zoning vote, if the city council had continually, said we will not rezone the French King, and just rejected it time after time, there would have been no possibility to have a referendum. So the result would
Al?
be there would be no industrial zoning on the French King versus there would have been. So in each
Al?
case, there's a significant difference in reality that is affected by that vote.
You're right, Al, but go ahead, Isaac. Catherine,
I
okay.
was the
go
deciding
first?
vote. I was the deciding vote on the library. And I gotta tell you, it is, I just don't agree that anything that requires a super majority of the council should be able to be overturned by a simple majority of the voters. There are some things that we think need larger consensus than just a simple majority.
Wait a minute, what are you saying? You're saying that if 3,000 people vote against 13 people that, or 9 people, that shouldn't be allowed?
No, I'm saying if 3,001 people vote against 3,000 people on certain types of measures, that shouldn't be allowed. Some things we require there to be a super consensus.
I'm not talking about any of that. I don't know what you're
Well,
referring
zoning
to. but-
requires a two-thirds vote of the city council,
So
and
the-
you want to overturn that with a simple majority of the, you want to overturn a rejection of a zoning measure, which I agree with David, I don't think it's lawful under state law, by not passing a change with a simple majority of the public, and I just don't think that's.
Oh my God, a simple
Let me-
majority
let
of
me-
voters, which would be
let me
in the
just-
thousands versus 9 people? I can't believe you're saying this.
Nine
But is
people
it
who
two-thirds
represent
majority?
all of the people.
Guys,
Pardon?
please.
Oh,
Please.
I absolutely would tell you that if something is killed by the city council because they refuse to vote in favor of anything, and the voters want something to happen, they should have the right to do that equally with something that was passed that they
Can I
didn't like. Either way, it's the same.
Hold it. Okay, thank you. Catherine, go ahead.
Okay, I had told you, Al, that I agreed with including the disapproved language,
Mhm.
but I hadn't considered that if people disagree, people can go to the citizen initiative. I mean, that's process. That seems obvious, but I hadn't considered.
But
There's one
Catherine,
more thing though, Catherine.
I
why would I want to
Can
go
you
to the?
stop, Al, for a sec? Can you stop? I'm trying to process this for a moment.
Go ahead.
Use, and maybe I'm not under, it's 10:04. I am not one of the, I'm not one of the late night owls of city council. So I'm not processing as effectively as I typically do. But if I said something that was inaccurate, David, can you correct me? And also, Al, I heard you say, well, I wanted to come right back to me. Did I say something that was inaccurate? That if people disagree, they can't then go to the citizen initiative process?
I think that
If-
that's.
And I'm asking David.
Oh,
If
sorry.
the city council votes no, the matter can't be brought up for 2 years. Or 9 months, or some period of time.
Those are the internal rules of the council. That is not
Well-
under our charter or the state law. The charter supersedes the council's internal rules.
You sure that's just a council rule?
But
That's a
even,
council rule.
Okay, then I stand corrected.
Please, I'm trying to figure this out.
So the point I was making was that the referendum would override the general rule that once the council votes something down, that's the end of the story. So a referendum for disapproval would mean that the citizens would be able to overcome by referendum what they can't do by initiative. They can't initiate anything for 9 months because it's been voted down. So the referendum would allow that to go to the ballot, where the initiative, you have 9 months you have to wait.
Okay,
But,
So it's
but
not-
they
it's-
don't.
You don't have a level
Take 9
playing
months.
field with
and
that.
the library example is
do they
very
have-
instructive.
how many, I want to make sure that the intent of what you're trying to bring forward, Al, is represented, but I am having a hard time processing information because it's 10:06. And David and Isaac are explaining the law to me, which I am still learning. So the reason why you're saying, let me see if Isaac, you're disagreeing with something that David, like, you're saying it's 9 months. Are you disagreeing with that, Isaac, or?
I am. The council can't of its own accord, under its rules, bring back a measure within I think it's 9 months, it may be 6 months, whatever the rule is. After a measure's been considered, unless it's been changed. If they change it slightly, they can bring it forward. But you can't that's an internal rule of the council, so they don't keep reconsidering the same item over and over and over again when they've already made up their mind, so that they don't waste time.
This is not true.
That is not a rule under the charter. There's nowhere in the charter that prohibits that, and the council can get rid of that rule with a 2/3 majority and override the rules of the procedure. Also, and if we put a charter position, the charter supersedes the council rules. So if someone starts a citizen initiative petition for something that was not passed, the council is required to consider it, notwithstanding their own rules.
All right, one thing though, Isaac, zoning is statutory, so you can't bring something back for 2 years once it's been defeated. So if you referendum.
Zoning is ineligible for referendum anyway.
No, it's not.
No, but the reason the French King kept coming back is because it says that if the planning board has voted to support something, it can be brought back.
You're right, but all right, so let's say this. Why don't we just leave it that who wants to vote for if it's voted down, they're okay with it. I'm okay with it if it's voted down. I think a municipal lawyer might say that's impossible because of this, that, and this, but conceptually, I'm okay with it. Is anybody else? If you're not okay with it, then let's vote. I don't know if we'll get consensus on this. Isaac, are you against the concept? It sounds like you are.
I vote no, but I think we beat it to death.
Yeah, I think we have to. Derek, how would you vote?
One thing, David, if the language that I suggested in my motion was that we make it approved or disapproved and then submit it for a legal review. I think all the language should be, so if the city's lawyer says, no, you can't do that, that's it. I can't.
But Isaac doesn't agree with it conceptually, whether the lawyer says it's okay or not. So that's fine. Derek, what's your feeling about it?
I agree with it, just with the fact that, it's a tough one. I'm just going to abstain from this.
Okay.
Because I think if it requires a majority vote of 2/3 of the city council, that it should at least be a 2/3 greater vote of the populace, right? So you shouldn't be able to overturn something with one vote.
All right, well, maybe that could be something that's thoughtfully put into the way that this gets managed. All right.
I will abstain for the same reason that Derek just mentioned. I am abstaining, Al, and I need to understand this more.
Okay, it sounds like the motion carries 2-1.
Yes. I vote yes.
Is there anything else that hasn't been brought up, or can we adjourn?
Well, all right, so who's gonna?
So 2-1, so we're saying, Isaac, you're saying 2-1, it does get submitted, approve or disapprove, and then we see what the lawyer says.
Well, it's 2-1.
It's a recommendation. The council can reject it or not, regardless of what the lawyer says.
Yeah, the city council can say, hey, who gives a damn what you came up with?
They often do.
I'm very happy to adjourn. I want to say that however difficult any of this has been, I want to thank all of you for your perseverance and for your willingness to compromise and your willingness to listen. It's been my pleasure to work with all of you, and I wanted to thank you. Tammy's going to take this recording and make it into minutes. Who gets to decide that the minutes are accurate?
I move that we delegate that authority to the chair.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send them around, and I'd be happy to hear if people have any real big, I don't want to hear about, but, and then I'm gonna submit it to the city council with a cover letter. Okay.
So moved.
You okay?
Yeah,
Everybody's
just,
okay with-
just give
any
it, David,
object-
just give us a chance to review the minutes and that's all we can ask.
That's what I'll do. All right. Thank you again. It's been my pleasure. And I think we've accomplished a lot. And I never, ever, 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 ever want to sit on a charter committee again.
Motion to adjourn.
Second it.
I sleep well.
Good
All in
night.
favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed? Good night.
good night.